So we welcome you here. Next, we have honored to have with us a member of jury who is highly passionate about delivering the best medical service. Undoubtedly, she is a role model for commitments, emancipation and responsibility to scale greater heights. We are fortunate enough to have Dr. Snail Dhaka, a DPS alumna, graduated from Armed Force Medical College, Pune, and currently posted at Southern Command Hospital, Pune. Today, welcome and express our high regard. I would request our school principal, sir, to present her, sir. So please. Thank you, sir. Next, we have another illustrated member of jury who is known to think big, believe big and act big. Sir is known for futuristic vision and zeal to reform education level in our district Jhunjhunu. He is none other than Sir Surendra, lecturer in English in Education Department, Secondary Rajasthan Government from last 6 years. Sir is a state resource person of RSLT Udaipur. Sir worked in Education Department of Government of NCR of Delhi for 7 years. So we welcome you. Next, the jury member is Ma'am Anuya, entrepreneur and director of an agriculture firm named Marine Agri Products based in Jhunjhunu district. Ma'am possesses professional degree like MBA, B.Ed with nearly a decade's experience. She has teaching acumen, the of students. She firmly believes in being educated rather than being literate. To welcome and pay our heart to Eklan, I would request our school in charge ma'am to present her school, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I would welcome all the dignitaries, school managing committee members, as co-teachers, participants and all other present here.
According to our Indian custom, we start every new and good work by deep prajwalan. It is our belief that light drives away all darkness and brightens to our soul and mind. So I would request all the dignitaries to come for lamp lighting ceremonies. Sir and ma'am, please. Thank you everyone. Please have your seats. Now it is the time to read some of the important information and rules of the competition.
Let me tell you some of the rules which should be kept in mind before delivering. Each speaker will be given 4 minutes to present his or her views. A warning bell will be given after 3 minutes. Exceeding the time limit may invite penalty and marks to be awarded accordingly against the time management clause in the judgment seat. Besides, participants will be given 3 minutes for immediately after his or her delivery. In debate, every participant has to take questions from the audience and co-participants on what the debater has already spoken. No argument is allowed. The criterion for the judging a participant as follows: content for 10 marks, presentation which includes some of the points, diction 3 marks, engagement with the audience 3 minutes, body language 3 minutes, quotes from paper and journal 3 minutes, evidence, examples, supporting argument 3 minutes, pronunciation 5 minutes, fluency 5 minutes, time management 5 minutes, rebuttal 10 minutes. Altogether total marks 50. Prize will be awarded to the best performers in each category separately, that is for the motion and against the motion. Except for position winners, others will get an appreciation prize. First prize for both groups 7,100. Second prize for both groups 5,100. Both group means separately for and against the motion. Third prize both groups 3,100. Appreciation prize 500 to all the participants. All the participants will be awarded a certificate and memento. Participants are bound to use the lectern for their debate delivery. They are not asked to move here and there on the stage for their declamation and delivery. Violation of any rules may lead to termination of candidate registration. The judgment of jury shall be final and abiding to all. And at last, after this big event, we'll enjoy our lunch. So let us commence today's debate event with the card number 10F.
So we can't touch. Good morning, respected judges, my worthy opponents, my dear proposition, and all my lovely audience. I, code number F10, take this opportunity to present my views in favor of Uniform Civil Code. You know why the opposition is opposition? Because they don't know what UCC actually is. They are thinking UCC is just a diverse combination between the proposition and opposition. But let me tell you that what actually UCC is. So let's start with the very first question: what UCC actually is, and why is it in news, and what is the rumors about it? UCC is a proposition in India that is aimed at replacing all the personal laws based on customs, tradition, religion with one and common law for everyone, irrespective of their caste, sexual orientation, gender, etc. And it is in news because before 2014 Lok Sabha election with a framework of poll promises. One of them is UCC. It is not a Hindu and Muslim debate, but it is the elimination of all the discriminatory and derogatory laws from the society. If the BJP have promised that it will be implemented, so why not implement it yet now? Why the BJP is not focusing to implement it? There are many reasons. One of the reasons is political inertia. No political party or opposition has shown a consistent commitment to enact UCC. There is lack of awareness and education between our people. They don't know the experiences of the country which have adopted or rejected UCC. They don't know the advantages and disadvantages of UCC. One of my friends stated that, and I think when I was searching, there was something that it is dangerous for diversity, but I don't think it's so. It is dangerous because I think it will take diversity to its top level. And one of the people who was sitting here said that it is against the fundamental right of religion. But my dear opponent, don't you know that it is not in the against, it is in the favor of fundamental rights, and it is also part of IPC, which says that the state shall endeavor for the citizen a uniform civil code, and it is also part of directive principles of state policy. In Supreme Court, there are many cases which have asked for implementing of UCC. Let me summarize the cases. The first case is of Muhammad Ahmed Khan versus Shah Banu Begum judgment. It is one of the biggest cases and show the necessity of uniform civil code. And with this, let me conclude that UCC aims a legal framework for all the citizens of the country, and in my thinking, UCC will pave a way for a modern and inclusive India. And UCC will further strengthen the fabric of democracy by removing all the injustice and inequality from the society. It will uniformly empower women by removing all injustice, inequality from the society. And in my point of view, it should be implemented. It is the part of our country, and it is very necessary for our country to be implemented. And with this, I think the people who are opposing it, they don't have a good argument, because they are just saying that there should be no changes in the people's personal law. But I think they are very wrong. And with this, a very, very thank you to everyone present here. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. And remember, one law, one nation. Thank you.
Now time for rebuttal question from co-participants. Question from co-participants.
You said UCC changes. You said UCC changes customs and traditions of all religion. Then will it not destroy unity and diversity? In my point of view, it will never destroy the diversity, because diversity is the different culture and tradition. And in my point of view, UCC aims only a personal law and common laws for everyone, and it is one law for everyone, not on one culture, one tradition. I think with this, it will not disturb diversity and the other religions.
Next question from audience. Audience only school students or school students.
You gave the example Shah Banu, but Shah Banu got at last without UCC. So what's the UCC then? Can you repeat your questions? You gave the example of Shah Banu, but she got the justice at last without the implementation of UCC. Then what's the need of this UCC? UCC is needed because the court have also said that it is needed, because Shah Banu get justice by our court system, but not by personal law. But if UCC is implemented, so in her personal law also, she will get that right under her common law or personal law. So it is necessary. You should think twice to before speaking something.
Thank you, students. Now next on 10A, covered with 10A.
The Uniform Civil Code upholds the principle of equality before the law, irrespective of one's religious beliefs, which would not be in keeping with India's multicultural ethos. Respected jury and my fellow mates, honorable guests, and all, good morning to one and all present here. I take this opportunity and present my views in against the Uniform Civil Code. The Uniform Civil Code by Article 44 of Indian Constitution proposes a framework for personal laws for every citizen. Its goal is to achieve national integration, gender equality, and uphold constitutional values. However, numerous challenges are striking a balance between the protection of religious rights, cultural diversity, and political sensitivities with the objective of legal uniformity. And this makes the UCC a significant topic of discussion, and I strongly oppose it. Stand against the today's hotspot discussion that it will strengthen the democracy. Before that, let me tell you actually what UCC is. UCC is a proposition to replace personal laws which are based on scriptures and customs of different religious communities for personal laws for every citizen with a common set of laws governing every citizen. My worthy opponent has given some arguments in the support of implementing UCC, which no doubt appears logical, but my critics and arguments will put a big question mark and will force you to think twice. First is the violation of religious freedom. UCC may infringe upon the freedom to practice religion of one's choice, which allows different religious communities to follow their personal laws. For example, Article 25 helps them to manage their own affairs, and Article 29 allows them to conserve their distinct culture. Second, threat to cultural diversity. Individual personal laws reflect the distinct customs and traditions, religions and communities. UCC could undermine this diversity and could lead to the homogenization of laws. Third, existing secular laws. There are already secular laws which are applicable to every citizen, irrespective of religion in many matters. For example, Article 125 of Criminal Procedure Code gives every religious community the maintenance and laws relating to domestic violence. Fourth, imposition of Hinduist code. UCC might impose a Hinduist code on every religious community, such as UCC could include provisions which are related to property inheritance and which may align with Hindu customs and will force the other communities to follow the same. My fifth argument is regarding diversity in personal laws. Codified civil laws and criminal laws like CRPC and IPC don't follow one nation, one law. For example, the law of anticipatory bail differs from one state to another. As a speaker of side proposition today, I propose personal laws placed in concurrent list. Even the constitutional laws experts argue that perhaps the framers did not intend total uniformity. Hence, personal laws placed in entry 5 of the concurrent list, and the power of legislate being given to the parliament as well as the state assemblies. At last, I would emphasize and oppose UCC completely. UCC for sure can bring a change only if people are ready to accept it, and people in India, rest you all know. Thanks for listening me. Jai Bharat, Jai Hind.
Now time for rebuttal question. First question from co-participants.
Can you tell me how is it a threat to diversity?
It is threat to diversity because it because it prohibits the personal laws of every religious community, and the individual personal laws of every religious community reflect the distinct customs of every religion. This is dangerous for the diversity of India.
Next question from audience.
UCC is already mentioned in the Article 44 of the Constitution. Don't you think it will promote secularism, unity and gender equality?
Yes, it looks logical that it will support secularism, gender equality, but don't you think it is dangerous for diversity and the arguments which I said just right now?
Next, I would like to call code number 11F.
Honorable jury, worthy opponents and reverend audience, today I stand here to argue in favor of the motion. Uniform Civil Code will further strengthen the fabric of democracy. Sir, let me begin with a story. A man came to India from Bangladesh in 2000 through an illegal route and settled in the country. He married 4 women according to the laws in India. By 2022, he had 4 wives and 36 children. Sir, there are innumerable such instances. So my first inference to be drawn out of my opponent's highly developed brains should be this, that they do not want to live in a nation ruled by constitutional law, but they want to appreciate a nation which has become a madhouse of religions. Unbiased jury, an inevitable cornerstone of any thriving democracy, is based on that democratic system which includes all the citizens positively and subject them to the same set of civil laws. As per Part 4 of the Constitution, this ensures the fundamental right of equality for each and every individual. Hence, such a system not just promotes equality but will also promote a deep faith of all individuals who are a part of such a democratic society. Sir, if a democracy enhances personal laws, autonomy and human rights of its citizens, then UCC will promote national integration by transcending religious boundaries for all. Impartial jury, the texture of a diverse democratic fabric out of which a country like India is manufactured is based on the yarn that has been spun from the core democratic values and dignity of personal laws. Ignorant opponents, just imagine what a beautiful diverse country will be asked if there will be no communal tension and notable social division. And this will be only possible after the implementation of UCC. Unbiased jury, after hearing my opponents that they are a citizen of this nation, shall I assure myself that my opponents are trying to promote religious and political dictatorship by a feudal system of people's rule? Dear contestants, nation is first and religion is secondary. We can't promote communalism in a democracy. It should not happen that citizens lose their faith in judiciary and secularism. Unprejudiced jury, if there is one IPC, one CRPC and one Evidence Act, then there must be one nation and one law for all. All the heads of communities and all political parties should educate and give importance of why this change is necessary in a democracy of ours. It seems like illiterates are used by heads to come forward against it, and they actually don't know what they are protesting for. Last but not the least, uniformity of civil code is important for nation's fraternity. It must be promoted, it must be appreciated for a united country. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Now rebuttal time. Question first from co-participants. as you said that UCC will make a beautiful society and just not promote communal tensions, so I want to ask you that if UCC is implemented in our country, then what will happen with the potential resistance and the social unrest in the whole country?
Right. Thank you for such an intellectual question. De novo, I will insist that whatever you practice within the boundaries of your personal space is your choice, my choice. But when we are confronting each other in a street, we must feel self-same, identical in value and equivalent. Either that is on the basis of social status or on the basis of religious sects. My dear, UCC will bring the whole country together. It will form a backbone in removing all forms of gender inequality and will promote gender justice. Thank you.
Next question from audience.
Don't you think it's causing a threat to people's religious rights?
Thank you for your question. Just envisage there should be one law for you and one law for me and one law for all of us. It should not happen that
Next, I would like to call code number 11A to speak against the motion.
Honorable Chief Guest, Reverend Jury and worthy opponents. Today, I code number 11 is here to protest the motion the Uniform Civil Code will further strengthen the fabric of democracy. Sir, India is a democratic country with a diverse canvas of hundreds of caste and subcaste overlapping personal, social, local and community traditions and customs. To maintain its pride in its integrity with diversity, we need to respect every minority community's personal choices and laws. And that is what has led this nation to live in peace for such a long time. In 2016, Rashtriya Adivasi Ekta Parishad approached the Supreme Court seeking protection for their customs and religious practices from a potential Uniform Civil Code. In 2018, the Law Commission quoted that the country has no need of Uniform Civil Code, but surprisingly, articulating the inevitability of UCC in the contemporary scenario by the name of Supreme Court is a real Big Bang politics, my dear opponents. And by Article 371 of the Constitution clearly spells out that the tribal customary laws cannot be overridden by the Union Parliament. My opponents must focus on the serious catalyst prevailing in the UC that has led to the chorus of angry voices not from Northeast but from different tribal and minority communities throughout the country. In people's rule, how can implement something for the people which is not accepted by the people? Sir, let me tell you a story. A man murders his friend Aftab, and the punishment will be same for John or for Balwinder if he does the same act. Problem is that it takes 25 years to get the verdict. The parliament of this democratic nation must focus on the timely justice in such issues rather than the so-called hypocritical UCC. Sir, my opponent must remember that the Indian Penal Code is not uniformly applied in every state. For instance, there are separate laws on cow slaughter in each state. So if there is no uniformity on criminal matters, then why this relentless urge for uniformity on civil matters? Riding roughshod over the fundamental rights granted to the citizens of the country? Sir, in such a situation, two laws cannot be operated simultaneously in a country. Even the famous of the Constitution may sure to include it as a part of non-justiciable directive principle, means the article has no force of law. So India is following the unitary model of France and is larger than two continents of North and South America put together. So the code, which is working in countries like France, Germany, UK, etc., will work positively in a diverse country like India also, is at best a poor assumption. Undoubtedly, by implementing UCC, a parliament is just duplicating the Western model of law. At last, in a nutshell, I conclude to seek answer to what is still unanswered. What enforcement of uniformity? There are differences in laws and system of every entity. It's just a political drama and hypocrisy, my dear. A brave and common man exhibiting fake dreams and propaganda against humanity. That's all. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Now rebuttal time. First question from co-participants. You said in 2018 Law Commission declared UCC as not needed. I would like to update you that this year 22nd Law Commission asked people of their opinion regarding UCC. Majority of opinions submitted were in favor of UCC. So how can you ignore people's will in a democracy?
Before trying to impart the most comments and reply, a heartfelt appreciation for such an intellectual question. Now, with the greatest possible respect, I would say that UCC is an infringement on democratic rights, potentially creating discord among religious and cultural groups. Crafting a code that accommodates regional and cultural diversity is an Herculean task, which could lead to confusion, legal disputes, and administrative difficulties. Thus, I dare to say that UCC will lead to significant complexities and challenges. Just remember, my dear, family law is built on traditions, and tradition can only be changed within the respective communities. Do it from outside by standing on a moral high horse and resentment. Remember, my dear, UCC won't do any real good in the process of development. It's just a master political move to incite the fear on common people, to make them believe that the current law favors one community more than other. Oh my gosh, when all you have is just a hammer, everything looks like a nail. At last, I will say that I don't think so that UCC will promote social diversity. Even the Reverend Jury understand that it is easier to raise devil than to lay him. A great thank you.
Next question from audience.
In a country like India, with various personal laws like marriages, adoption, etc., don't you think it will UCC will simplify these cumbersome laws? Why and why?
Okay, a great appreciation for such an intellectual question. Now, with the greatest respect, I would say that if a brother uses a knife for cutting vegetables, it's okay. But if he uses the same knife for killing people, it's a wild thing. Similarly, I want to say that everything depends on the maturity and vision of individual's brain. Okay, let us take the example of Goa. In Goa, the Portuguese Civil Procedure Code is applied differently to different communities. Satirical is this, that if a woman is accused with adultery, her husband is eligible to have an easy divorce. But if the so-called husband is involved in the same, but publicly, then only the female is eligible to have separation. A husband can have a divorce if the wife is not able to bear a male child up to the age of 30. But what conceptions and provisions are there for a female if the male himself is important? So how can a law which is implemented just for creating chaos in pious social structure be accepted? Why do only a female suffer? What kind of uniformity we are seeking for? A uniformity based on gender bias? Thank you.
Next, I would like to call code number 12F.
In India's diverse tapestry, so vast and wide, we ponder if it can be our legal guide. From north to south and side to side, let's weigh the argument and decide with pride. Namaste to Mr. Chairperson, members of the House, my fellow debaters and all this lovely audience. Today I am here to express my views in the favor of the motion that UCC will further strengthen the fabric of democracy. Saman Nagrik Sanhita, Uniform Civil Code, is a set of laws that seeks to replace personal laws based on various religious and tribal beliefs with a common set of civil laws applicable to all citizens. Mr. Chairperson, in India's diverse tapestry, the need for UCC was seen several times after independence. Also on 23rd November 1948, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar clearly stated in his parliament speech that he was shocked to know that why can't a UCC for all cannot come. Some of my fellow debaters saying that all religions can't follow same set of civil laws. I would like to highlight on the fact that before implementation of Muslim personal law in 1937, Christian and Parsi personal law in between 1865 to 1872 and Hindu personal law in between 1955 to 1956, we all were following same set of civil laws of English common law system of 12th century. Not only this, visionary politician J.B. Kripalani once said that it seems Nehru government don't want to improve lives of women in this country. After that, he put the idea of civil common code, which was totally neglected by the government of that time. UCC's importance for gender equality cannot be denied, and in a country like India where women's rights are daily contested and often denied. Yes, Mr. Chairperson, often denied. Some of my fellow debaters saying implementation of UCC would assassinate the beauty of cultural diversity and tapestry in this country. I would like to tell them, I would like to ask you all, which beauty are they talking about? I'll tell. Mary Roy case, Daniel Latifi case, John Valamotham case, Shah Bano case, Shaira Bano case, Shabina Begum case. Mr. Chairperson, these cases aren't even a scar on moon. Lakhs and lakhs of such cases are still pending in the court affected by Uniform Civil Bill, affected by personal laws. A regular and constant violation of Indian Constitution, human rights and discrimination towards a particular gender and religious group were acclaimed, to which Supreme Court timely reminded us that how a UCC is a compulsion for our country. Not only this, Mr. Chairperson, in almost all religion, men are granted top preferential status. Women have suffered a lot through these years under various personal laws. UCC is definitely the need of the hour. A UCC would ensure gender equality. It will challenge various discriminatory practices prevalent under various personal laws. Bharatiya Janata Party is the first party to promise implementation of UCC if they were to be elected into power. Not only this, Rashtriya Seva Sangh RSS leader Indresh Kumar said that it seems implementation of UCC will put an end to religious rights and practice of untouchability in this country. My fellow debaters saying UCC is a political agenda for gaining vote bank of a particular religion or tribal group. I would like to tell them that to build a vibrant, progressive, self-reliant modern India, we have to think beyond the party lines. Then help India in becoming a superpower, not only of the century but of the millennium. My pleasure. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Now rebuttal time. First question from co-participants.
How do you see that Uniform Civil Code will not promote cultural diversity?
How? Thanks for your curiosity. You are asking that Uniform Civil Code will not promote cultural diversity. Uniform Civil Code is not implemented for cultural diversity. It is implemented for eliminating laws that are against women empowerment or are discriminated towards a particular religious group or gender. It's not for eliminating the beauty of cultural diversity in this country. It's for eliminating laws that are not right for this country.
Next question from audience.
how you can say UCC is necessary for us?
Thanks for your curiosity. UCC is like necessary for us because in this era, women's rights are not even considered as rights in this country. Women are struggling for their own basic needs. A UCC would ensure gender equality. It will provide women equal rights as per men and will provide job opportunities and security in matters like marriages, divorce, inheritance and child support. It's important for our country for making gender equality and eliminate the laws that are discriminatory towards a particular religious group or tribal group. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call code number 12A to speak against the motion.
One second, beta. Participant. 1 second. Stand there. Sorry to. So I would like to thank from my core of my heart. He spared some. His long stay, but lot of irons in the fire. He used to go somewhere else. His schedule was there. That this was already put from our side. But anyhow, come here. Let it be for 30 minutes or an hour to motivate us, inspire us. Even students, if somebody comes on the top of the tree, like a district education officer, secondary education, so he holds the highest position in the district. So obviously, what type of education is imparted under his jurisdiction or under his control, he will take a masses, and obviously he will also get mature when he gives his own say. So let's before he departs, a token of love that I request Sultan sir to just that memento to taste, and we would have loved his stay for a long time. Anyhow, thanks a lot sir that you brought your benign presence. Very much. Thank you.
The Chief Guest sir to highlight the knowledge of our students and share the words of wisdom. So please.
सबसे पहले मैं रणवा जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि एक झुंझुनू में एक ऐसे कैंपस सारे बच्चों को शिक्षाएं दी जा रही है, इसलिए मैं पूरी सदन से चाहूँगा कि खड़े होकर के इसके लिए एक बार तालियां जरूर बजाएं। ऐसा कैंपस झुंझुनू में मैंने पहली बार देखा है और इस विद्यालय में भी मैं पहली बार ही आया हूँ। इस प्रकार का जो कंपटीशन है ये बच्चों में लीडरशिप की भावना पैदा करता है। हमारे तो लीडरशिप की अभी भी ट्रेनिंग होती हैं, लेकिन जो मैंने वाद विवाद अभी देखा था तो उसमें इनका इतना कॉन्फिडेंस डेवलप हो रहा था कि देखते ही बनता था। तो मैं ये देखना चाहूँगा ये जो जजेस बैठे हैं ये निर्णय कैसे कर पाएंगे। बड़ा मुश्किल टफ कंपटीशन है, तो बड़े ध्यान से निर्णय करना, कहीं किसी बच्चे के साथ में कोई चीटिंग नहीं हो जाए। मंच पे विराजमान सुल्तान जी साहब, सुरेंद्र जी, सतवीर जी, निर्णायकगण, उपस्थित सभी प्यारे छात्र छात्राओं, मैं शिक्षा विभाग की तरफ से आप सभी को साधुवाद देता हूँ, आशीर्वाद देता हूँ कि आप भविष्य में फले फूले और बढ़े, आगे बढ़े, इसी प्रकार से बढ़ते जाए और ये कैंपस है ये भी उत्तरोत्तर प्रगति करता रहे। धन्यवाद। जय हिंद, जय भारत। अब मुझे थोड़ा एक जरूरी काम से जाना था, नहीं तो मैं पूरा ठीक।
Thank you, sir, for your present thoughts. Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Code number 12A, please. In a nation contrast, a democracy's dream, the UCC debate a complex wielding stream. Should we unite under a single legal theme or let personal loss in the diversity's gleam? Top of the morning to esteemed judges, Mr. Chairperson, my worthy opponents, all these beautiful audience. Today, I am here to express my views against the motion that Uniform Civil Code will further strengthen the fabric of democracy. Mr. Chairman, sir, Uniform Civil Code UCC or Saman Naagrik Sanhita is said to be a common set of civil laws which will be emphatically applied on all citizens, hence assassinating the delightfulness of secularism and religious rights in the country. At the time, my worthy opponents argue that India is a diverse country with a rich tapestry of cultures and traditions, and implementing UCC may be seen as and may and cultural rights of various communities. Now, some of my opponents will now say it will eliminate the cases like polygamy. Polygamy is a complex and controversial topic that has been practiced in various cultures throughout history. In religions where women outnumber men, polygamy can provide financial support to their children who might otherwise face hardship. And in a democratic country like India, implementation of UCC would clearly withstand Article 25 to Article 20 of Indian Constitution. Right to religious freedom, right to cultural freedom, freedom to profess. On one hand, our government is promising these freedoms, and on the other hand, our government is implementing UCC and encapsulating the religious rights of various communities. Nobel laureate Amartya Sen believes that UCC is not new but a complex issue. The 90-year-old economist also said that UCC indeed has a link with advising idea of Hindu Rashtra. For this, the ruling party is saying that they'll implement a UCC on the basis of what? Mr. Chairperson, not even a single blueprint has been published that how these laws will be, and I don't understand that why my worthy opponents are busy shooting arrows in the air. Now, one of my worthy opponent will now say that Goa's UCC will be a blueprint for India's UCC. Mr. Chairperson and worthy opponents, that Goa's UCC has a law that a Hindu man can marry another woman if he didn't get any boy child from his first wife and she turns 30. I want to ask that is this supposed to be secularism? What about the so-called Beti Bachao Beti Padhao? Rajya Sabha and MP veteran Congress Saturday in his speech that ruling party, the Bharatiya Janata Party, should inform the country that what's the purpose of UCC. The answer may not be simple, but let us understand that just for increasing killing a rich tapestry of a Thank you. Now rebuttal time. Question first from co-participants. are against UCC? Are they against of UCC or the government, and why?
I think they are against the UCC because UCC has that it will be laws for law for every religion. So we have different religions, and we used to we used to participate on according of our religion. So that's why I think they are opposing.
Question from audience.
Not stopping us from practicing our religious practices. It's just about removing the discriminatory practices. So how it is violating our cultural rights? See, we have different cultures, and UCC has same law for all them. So that's why I think it is stopping us from practicing our cultural rights.
Next, I would like to call code number 13 to speak for the motion.
More equality, more home. More humanity, more pride. More acceptance, more love. With this marvelous quote, a very cheerful good morning to all. Honorable juries, respected teachers, and my fellow competitors. Today, I, Ramesha, would like to light my views on the topic Uniform Civil Code will further strengthen the fabric of democracy. Before putting my views, let me tell you about Uniform Civil Code. The UCC is a proposal in India aims to enforce a uniform legal framework on all citizens based on personal laws. Currently, personal laws of various communities are governed by their religious scriptures. My opponents see everything. They do not think about the benefits of a particular thing. UCC will be very beneficial to India. There are many advantages of UCC, like if I tell you, then there are enormous examples, like it simplifies the legal system, enhances clarity, ease of implementation, and reduce burden on the judiciary. Most of the opponents are saying that it is sensitive or threat to implement. No, implementing a uniform civil code is not about homogenizing people, but about rights and opportunities to all citizens. It will stop religious-based discrimination. A unified law having the same provisions regarding marital affairs would provide justice to those who feel discriminated against. It will bring every Indian, despite his caste, religion or tribe, under one national civil code of conduct. Actually, the idea of UCC was tabled by NPC, National Planning Commission, in the year 1940. There was a subcommittee which was to examine women's status and recommend reforms on personal laws. It will help us overcome dividing forces and foster unity among various religious communities. The retired judge Deepak Gupta of Supreme Court tells that he is in favor of UCC because we need to remove ancient practices prevalent in many laws. According to Jawaharlal Nehru, for him, UCC was essential for the country. There must be much more effort should be made to clear doubts which some people, including my opponents, have about it. Most of the people get swayed by political lines or religious lines and say yes or no without understanding what the real issues involved. It is the duty of intelligentsia to educate communities about their rights and obligations based on personal laws. The purpose behind UCC is to strengthen the object of secular democratic republic as envisaged in the previous. At last, ending my debate, I would like to say that until you treat everyone as an equal, you have no right to complain about the treatment you receive from anyone. Thank you.
Now rebuttal time. First question from co-participants.
If UCC is good, it? Are they false, or the government is failure to spread awareness of it?
For me, they are false, because only mistake of intelligentsia, because as I just the duty of intelligentsia to educate the communities about their rights and obligations.
Question second from audience.
You are supporting USCC, but the diversity and liberty of people.
It do not disturb the diversity and liberty of people, because it just promotes them.
Next, I would like to go number against the motion.
Change will not come if we wait for someone or some other time. We are the ones we have been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. With this wonderful inspirational thought, good morning esteemed guests, my valuable opponents and honorable judges. Today, I am going to put my views on the topic UCC will further strengthen the fabric of democracy, and I am totally against of this statement. So first of all, let me give you a brief introduction. It is a proposal in India to make and implement personal law of citizens which apply to all citizens equally regardless of their religion or any other thing in the matters of marriage, divorce, inheritance and adoption. Everyone is just watching out at positive aspects of UCC, like it provides equal status to all citizens, it promotes gender equality, it promotes the aspirations of young population. But nobody is thinking of the practical difficulties due to diversity in India. Nobody is trying to know that it is a very tough task to implement, and most importantly, suitable for this reform right now. If I discuss about the arguments made against UCC, then I don't think that they are going to end. Some people believe that UCC would interfere with religious freedom. They argue that each religion has its own set of personal laws and that these laws should be respected. If I think about in my point of view, then political opposition is the main thing. Some political parties are opposed to UCC because they think that it is not a priority. It is not a priority for the government. Then how can you consider that UCC will be beneficial for us, for our country, for our citizens? Not at all. In India, a country with diverse languages and traditions, expecting peoples of diverse traditions to act on the same laws, how it could be possible? The argument is based on the fact that Uniform Civil Code takes its integrity within diversity, and for maintaining diversity, we need to respect every minor community's personal laws and choices. Let me give you some instances about some communities by which reasons they actually oppose the idea of Uniform Civil Code. If I talk about Muslim community, then they angrily oppose the idea of Uniform Civil Code because they all say that it will violate their personal laws so deeply and thus result in irreversible damage to their religion. Let me tell you, it's not only the problem of Muslim community, but the Naga minor community also published a letter to our PM stating that if a uniform code is addressed to our country, covering the entire country, then it shall cause so much hardship and social disorder to the Nagas, as the personal and social laws of the Nagas are quite distinct from the rest of the people in the country. My honorable judges, as we can see that much political parties and these communities are against UCC, then why Indian government is not thinking to implement this reform? I want to ask my worthy opponents that what is the use of implementing Uniform Civil Code when the people do not agree with it? In summary, I would like to say that without the implementation of it would look better. At last, I would like to end my speech by saying few words. We are only as united as we are free, and as weak as we are divided. Where there is unity, there is always victory. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Now rebuttal time. First question from co-participants.
How can you say that UCC is an infringement on rights of citizens?
Because everyone has their differences and laws, and everybody belongs. They have their personal laws, so actually it will really violate their personal laws. Thank you.
Next question from audience.
Is not getting support from people. Actually, UCC is not getting support from people because there are much communities and parties who are actually in the position of Uniform Civil Code. They all have different perspectives about UCC, so I can say that everyone is in the support of Uniform Civil Code. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call code number 14F to speak for the motion.
Good morning, respected jury members, faculty members, and my dear audience. This is Pooja speaking in the favor of the motion. Firstly, starting with, let's assume a case that someone has murdered. So, there will be equal punishment for all. This is uniformity. But the only exception of uniformity are personal laws, which varies religion to religion. So, I want to ask you some questions that should it be legal for a person to do 4 marriages? Or should it be legal to marry under 18? And in terms of inheritance, why women gets less than in comparison of men? Should it be legal? Here, we will focus on how and what UCC will do if it is implemented. First, it would ensure equality for all citizens as promised in Article 44 of Indian Constitution. Second, implementing a UCC can help foster a sense of unity and citizens by establishing a common set of laws. Third, it will strengthen the unity of our country and it will promote national integration and secularism by removing various distincts and contradictions based on religious personal laws. Backing in the favor of Uniform Civil Code, Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Shivraj Singh Chauhan said that why does a man marry more than once and why there are 2 sets of personal laws in one country? He said this while announcing that a committee will be formed to implement UCC in Madhya Pradesh. The demand to implement the UCC has come up many times, notably in 1985. During the hearing of Shah Bano case, the Supreme Court here ruled that the Muslim woman Shah Bano, who was divorced by her husband, be given financial support, and this was backlash since it was against Muslim personal laws. Also, the other case, Sarla Mudgal versus Union of India, 1995. This case was also against gender justice and equality. So here, one of the most biggest advantage of Uniform Civil Code is that it would enforce the women's empowerment in India. As you know, in matter of adoption, Hindu married woman had no right to adopt a child on her own, not even with the agreement of her husband. Not only just Hindu women, but every woman in India faces this problem. And don't you think that women are being discriminated because of these personal laws? The UCC here can work as the instrument for emancipation of women who are being deprived because of these personal laws. One of the most successful case of Uniform Civil Code is that of Goa Civil Code. At last, I want to sum up my words with a quotation. I promise the progress of community with the progress of women have achieved. These lines states the legacy of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, and clearly we can conclude that he also believed one day the UCC will bring equality for women in India. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Now, remittal time. First question from participants.
many drawbacks. Then how can you say that it's an example for other states and UCC should be implemented in India?
Thank you for your question. You know, Goa Civil Code is just an example to see the whole India will get advantage of Uniform Civil Code as it promoting national integration and secularism. It is promoting the women's empowerment. You know, let's take an example that have you seen any Muslim woman as being a CEO? No, I think you don't. But you know that UCC will give this opportunity to women. Not only just women, but every person in India will be given equality from this UCC. That's all.
Second question from audience.
Imposing of UCC could encroach upon states' legislative competence, which is against the principle of cooperative federalism, because some critics of UCC said that states are to access and legislate personal laws. Then why should UCC be implemented?
Thank you for the question, but you know, India is a secular country. That's why the UCC should be implemented. It will give. There are so many advantages. Can't you see? You are just imposing. It is personal laws. Just personal laws are giving equality to men, not women. Everyone has the power of equality to. Everyone had right to equality, not only just men's. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call code number 14A to speak against the motion.
Good morning, jury members, faculty members, my worthy opponents and audience. I solemnly hereby feel highly privileged to radiate forth my views against the motion of Class 10 representing KBM Public School Mandrella. First of all, I would like to give a brief introduction of UCC. What is Uniform Civil Code? A Uniform Civil Code is a proposal mentioned in Part 4th of Article 44 of Indian Constitution. States that the state shall endeavour to secure for citizens a uniform civil code throughout the territory of India. The main argument of mine that it violates the constitutional freedom to practice religion of choice, which allows various religious communities to follow their respective personal laws. For example, Article 25 states religion freedom of conscience, free propagation, practice and profession of any religion. It gives every community's right to manage its own affairs. Article 29 gives them right to conserve their distinct culture. Secondly, it has been argued that codified civil laws and criminal laws such as CRPC, Code of Criminal Procedure and IPC, Indian Penal Code don't follow one nation, one law. Then how can this dictate to be applied to laws of various communities? As we all know, India's strength lies in its diverse societies with a rich tapestry of culture, traditions and customs. It is said, where there is unity, there is always victory. But a UCC can be seen as threat to the national diversity, as it would require abandonment of personal that is specific to a particular religious or cultural community. Can a diverse country like India ever have uniformity in personal laws? No, actually it's not. Critics argue that imposing a single code could undermine the religious and cultural autonomy of various communities. It will impose a Hinduist code on various communities. For example, a UCC can include constitutional provisions on family disputes such as property inheritance, which may be in the line of Hindu customs. No. Actually, it's not. It was fulfilled when many practical challenges related to it, such as the need to harmonize. I want to list some controversies surrounding India. Disregard the religious customs and regulations of different communities. Second, additionally, the entire country would disregard their never intended minority has reportedly upset the implementation of UCC. One, that implementation of UCC would give them position of minority. Thus a question is of personal laws acceptable or not. Thus, to maintain diversity, we need to respect every religion, personal choices, personal laws that let this nation to live in peace for long duration of time. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Now real time. First question from co-participants.
Does it stand to logic or any debate that the writers of Constitution were right on everything right, but particularly wrong on the concept of UCC?
Thank you for your there is a lack of concept really difficult to implement in such a direct, straightforward manner, and there is also practical challenges relating to implementing it as a wide range of laws.
Next question from audience.
Don't you think that the personal laws are filled with inequalities? Like for example, Hindu Succession Act 1957 is mentioned that the son and the daughter will get equal shares of the properties, but in Muslim personal laws the daughter will get just half of the property as compared to the son. So do you think it's just promoting inequalities, the shadow of religion?
That's really a good question, but it would bring multiple changes to the Muslim personal law, including abolition of polygamy practices. I want to give an example. As AIMI chief Owishi had mentioned, it is not uniform civil code, it is a Hindu civil code. He also mentioned that it is not required. As per Goa civil code, it is okay that Hindu men have right to second marriage if wife fails to deliver a male child at the age of 30. That is not minority. So that's why I want to argue that UCC should not be implemented. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call code number 15F to speak for the motion.
Everyone, respected judges, worthy opponents, and my dear audience. Today I, code number 15, is here to speak in favor of the given motion. Uniform Civil Code will further strengthen the fabric of in India, Uniform Civil Code has been a subject of protracted discussion and controversy for many years. It alludes to a system of rules which are universally applicable to every individual, regardless of their religion belief, that regulate a personal concern including marriage, divorce, inheritance, adoption and succession. Some see UCC as a matter of contentious debate. It is crucial to know that implementing UCC can have a lot of beneficial effects on the society. Now we shall examine what are the advantages of UCC and explain why it can be viewed as a constructive response towards equality and advancement. One of the significant advantages of UCC is its potential to promote gender equality. UCC can ensure equal right for all women in all communities and can help them to make their life even more better. India is a diverse nation with various religions and cultural communities. Sometimes the presence of different personal law for different communities can create division and hinder social cohesion. But UCC can help foster a sense of belonging and equality among all the citizens, and it can also create a common identity to all. UCC upholds the idea of equal treatment under the law by eliminating regional-based bias into the personal matters. Now let me ask one question to my opponents, that if in the same household there is one rule for one member, another rule for the another member, will that household be able to function? Can one run country with such dual system? No. Today people are being instigated in the name of UCC. Most of the people, I would say, think that UCC disrespects their religion practices. UCC is not like that. Wearing hijab in the is not a part of UCC. Now let me take you to a very popular case, Shah Bano's case from 1985. A 73-year-old woman was divorced by her husband using triple talaq and was denied maintenance. She approached the courts, the district courts, the high court ruled in her favor. And this led to her husband appealing to the saying that he has fulfilled all his obligation under Islamic law. Under Muslim personal law, maintenance was to be only paid till the period of iddat. And after iddat period, she was not paid maintenance, because of which she was really helpless. The Supreme Court ruled in her favor, and further it recommended that a uniform civil code should be set up. I don't know why my opponents can't feel the pain of Shah Bano, because it is not about any particular religion, caste, it is about a human being. Every life matters. Lastly, I would like to conclude by saying that UCC content-based debate, but its magnificent advantages can contribute to the overall development of a nation. UCC can pave the way for a more harmonious society. Thank you.
Now, rebuttal time. First question from co-participants.
As you know that triple talaq is already banned, then why do you are still asking for the implementation of uniform civil code?
Thank you for your question. My dear, triple talaq is already banned, and there are so many other such laws in the country. How many of you will ban them? Just by implementing UCC, I would say, you will ban all those the right things that are happening in the country.
Next question from audience.
There are several tribal communities in North India that practice their religions freely. Don't you think it will lose their freedom of religion?
No, it is not like that. You are getting this thing very wrong. Uniform civil code will make and unite the nation. Not just it will create a disturbance to the religious practices. It will also help them to be a better version of. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call code number 15E to speak against the motion.
An uniform civil code can bring a change, but only if people are ready to accept it. Good morning, judges, my worthy opponents and members of the audience. Thank you for your attention. My name is Rishika, and today I am going to tell you that why I am against the motion of today's topic. An uniform civil code will further strengthen the fabric of democracy. Many of my friends have told you the definition of a uniform civil code, but let me tell you its real definition, that it is a challenge to this diversity as it seeks to replace various individual applicable to every citizen of our country. Critics argue that settlement would undermine the cultural fabric of our country, which we are famous for. I have seen many of my worthy opponents are putting their now. I also want to draw the attention of my dear opponents on Article 24, which states the free conscience of professional practices and propagation of religion. So this UCC cannot be forcefully imposed in our country, as then it will clearly be a violation of Article 25 of our Indian Constitution. Our Constitution's prime responsibility is to make every citizen of our country feel the essence of the freedom, but UCC is violating it, as many communities like Naga community and Muslim community are against it. Nagas in a letter addressed to Prime Minister Narendra Modi stated that it will cause so much disorder for them. They stated that it will cause so much disorder and hardship for them, as the life of Nagas is quite distinct from the other of the country. These people are saying that after implementing this UCC, we will get all the rights, equality and security in the society. Really? Do any one of us follow all the rules and regulations written in the Constitution? No. If we don't follow them, then how can we expect it from the major criminals? I can with full confidence say that even after implementing this UCC, majority of
families would not follow this law, such as Orthodox Hindus and Orthodox Muslims. You might be thinking that I am saying it wrong just to win this competition, but you tell me, if every person of our country would have followed all the rules and regulations written in the constitution, then girls like Sakshi, Shraddha, Anjali, Dikshita and thousands of others would have been living with their loved ones today. What do you think, if any person would not follow this law, will be punished strictly? Oh, come on! If this would have done by the government of India, then diamonds like Sahil, Aftab and Shahjahan would not be roaming in our country without any fear. One another thing which I noticed sitting there was every single opponent of mine. Yes, respected judges, every single opponent of mine was just telling or informing the audience about Shah Banu's case, Shaira Banu's case or my words just by requesting the government of India to first study both the pros and cons before implementing it, covering all parts of the country. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Now, rebuttal time. First question from co-participants. When you mentioned the Prakash case in your speech, it was illegal and against the Hindu Succession Act 1995. So where does UCC steps in here? How will implementation of UCC affect already what is illegal?
It was a good question, but actually you didn't hear me right. I wasn't asking that it will just hurt the UCC. I just said the strategy of government of India. It is what like every single opponent of mine didn't told about that Prakash case. Why you guys are just asking about that Muslim rights and cases to be deleted or removed from the country? I'm asking just to tell both the laws, because it will obviously result as making India a Hindu nation, nothing else. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call code number 16F. Question from audience.
No religion is happy in giving equal rights to women and girls. Don't you think UCC will help in giving equal rights to women and girls as well?
Who said no religion is happy to giving rights to girls? Aren't you studying in school right now? Obviously, many religions are happy with giving rights to the girls also. It's the wrong statement. Thank you so much.
Next, I would like to call code number 16F to speak for the motion.
Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. A very warm morning to the respected management, jury member, to all the people and students present here. I am going to take up the topic, the fabric in the Uniform Civil Code will further strengthen the fabric of democracy. I came to argue with most continent's concept in modern India history. As we all know, Constitution is our supreme law. Article 44 in Part 4 of our Constitution deals with the Uniform Civil Code. Law without justice is a wound without a cure. Dear listeners, let's understand what exactly Uniform Civil Code is. It refers to a common set of laws to govern the personal matters of our life. In other words, this law deals with the matters like marriage, inheritance, divorce and succession. People support the Civil Code say it enhances first of all the status of women. Many personal law provisions violate human rights. Our country has more or less uniformity, particularly in personal laws. So we have liberal, sensitive civil code is the need of India and it is the right time. I want to ask my opponent, Section 494 of IPC, if a Muslim having more than one marriage, it's not an offence, while if a Hindu marrying more than once, it's an offence under IPC. Why? Recently, the Uniform Civil Code has came in limelight again. The Chief Minister of Uttarakhand has favoured the code. Let's discuss some benefits of Uniform Civil Code. We all are one family and favoured one set of rules for each family member. Our constitution makers like K.M. Munshi supported the Uniform Civil Code. Dr. B.R. Ambedkar wanted to support the Uniform Civil Code. Even founding father of Indian Constitution, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar to Jawaharlal Nehru wanted to get rid of personal law and bring civil code. The Constitution is another example of all men are equal. American law treats all citizens equal and they follow same law. Democracy is characterized by equality, liberty and strong justice vulnerable system. All these values are further strengthened by the fabric of democracy. Our objective should be one law and I proudly support the Uniform Civil Code. Bharat Mata Ki Jai.
Now little time. First question from co-participant. Next question from audience.
You said that it is advantageous for all of us that some of the people are not aware about this UCC, then how we will make aware about this? Thank you for your question. In India, where diverse religious cultural practices coexist, implementing a UCC has been a topic of considerable debate and discussion.
Another question from audience. Nowadays, girls and boys are having equal rights in all things, like for studies and all. But now, how you can say that it is desirable at this stage of India?
It's a good question. Our government shall endeavour to provide uniform civil code to all the citizens of India. So implementing a UCC has been a topic. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call code number 16A to speak against the motion.
A very warm and pleasant morning to all the dignitaries, respected jury members and all my worthy competitors. This is code number 16A and I am here to express my views against the implementation of Uniform Civil Code. There are several arguments and standpoints against the implementation of Uniform Civil Code. Let me tell you about some of these arguments in vibrant detail. The main argument against the implementation of Uniform Civil Code is that it violates the constitutional freedom for practicing the religion of own choice. It allows different religious communities to follow their respective personal law. For example, Article 25 gives right to different religious groups to maintain their own affair, and Article 29 gives the right to conserve their distinct culture. As we know, in year 2018, the Law Commission submitted a 185 pages consultation paper on the reform of family law. The paper stated that, mark my words, the paper stated that a unified nation did not necessarily need uniformity. Adding on, secularism could not contradict the plurality prevalent in the country, and noted that the term secularism had meaning only if it assured any form of difference. In the recent Burkini-Ben controversy in France, we can see the tyranny of the majority. The secular country's question is hung up on the most popular notion of secularism and modernity. There are very dissimilar takes on the way of the life in different communities. The making of a fixed uniform law will make one part of life the standard take on modernity and progressiveness. The way of the French majority, who need not to cover their head, who need not to wear a full body clothing on beach, are considered as hijab, burkini, head turbans, etc. to be medieval, backward and oppressive. Sir, the plan which is insensitive in itself, the plan which contradicts this constitution, the one who makes an effigy of our culture, tradition, beliefs and throw them away, cannot bring equality in my country. It can only and only bring destruction and destruction in my country. On the other hand, the burden of many rules is being put on the general public. In India, there is a tribal diversity, that is 645 tribal communities, 6.48 lakh temples, 17.2 crore Muslim, 110 crore Hindu. Taking place from 6-year-old girl to 60-year-old woman, and they talk about giving them respect by making laws. Your ideas seems to me just like the falling stone which melt and dissolve its own, but it also destroy the new crops, new shoots. Your ideas will take you into pain, but it will also affect the upcoming generation of India. At last, I want to ask my opponents that practical implementation of Uniform Civil Code is possible. Think about it. Thank you.
Now, rebuttal time. First question from co-participants.
How can you say that Uniform Civil Code will distract social harmony?
A good question. While saying that UCC is neither necessary nor desirable at this stage, the Law Commission recommended discriminatory practices, prejudice and stereotypes within a particular religion should be studied and amended. Some of these amendments include fixing the marriageable age for boys and girls 18 years and making adultery a ground for divorce and simplifying the divorce procedure.
Next question from audience.
Criminal laws are same for all religion, caste and creeds. Then how will UCC affect it?
UCC means simply giving equal rights to all religions and castes. But not in India, all the religions and castes are not equal. There are so many religions, and every religion and caste has their own moral values and different ethics. So UCC can't be implemented on every religion as same. Every citizen of the country can't be ruled under the same law. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call number 17F to speak for the motion.
A very pleasant morning to all the people of same interest sitting over here, honorable judges, respected dignitaries and all my fellow competitors.
Today, I code number F17. Having listened to favor and against of the motion, UCC will further strengthen the fabric of our democracy. And I am undoubtedly on the right side of the history, that is in favor of the motion. So, what is UCC? UCC can very beautifully be summarized by one sentence, which is one nation, one law. To be precise, it refers to implementation and formulation of personal laws of citizens in such a manner that they apply equally on all citizens, irrespective of their gender, caste, religion, sexual orientation and whatnot. Honorable judges, the history of UCC. Yes, the history of UCC is of more than 100 years. If we dive back into the past, we'll come to know that Britishers, for their reasons to control our country, created differences and rife in our country through their strategy of divide and rule. Yes, you all heard me right, through their strategy of divide and rule. So indeed, no doubt, this colonial era law needs a proper rethink in present era of modernity. Now, let us suppose a situation. Everyone here, let us suppose a situation in which your daughter, sister or cousin achieves a very nice education and marries into a very good family to a partner of her own choice. But due to a sudden twist in her destiny, her whole married life turns upside down. Now you see her struggling in entanglement of laws which may concern a divorce, marriage, adoption, succession of inheritance and what not. The similar situation can be traced from 1985 Shah Bano's case. So do Mary Roy and Lily Thomas. Honorable audience, developing countries. Yes, developing countries like UK, USA, China, France, Germany, Turkey, Russia have already implemented this UCC. So why not India? Also, it is not at all a new concept in India, as it already have been implemented in Goa since 1867. Honorable judges, UCC will further strengthen the fabric of our democracy, and I do support it, as it will reduce the burden of Indian judiciary, simplify Indian laws, also promotes women empowerment, reduces gender disparity and what not. Honorable audience, my fellow opponents are surely gonna speak of political gaming be the base of this UCC. I want to ask everyone present over here, political gaming or constitutional legal framework, as Article 44, the very immediate source of this UCC. Also, my opponents and critics clarifies themselves by talking of this UCC as a religious code. So here, I want to clarify everyone that according to Times of India, an article written by Rakesh Dwivedi on 24th September, it is clearly stated that UCC is not at all a religious code, but a civil code. At last, I would like to conclude myself by a quote. If we may not find the path to our destination, we have to create it for ourselves. And I raise the voice against any unjust law, as we all know, injustice anywhere threatens the justice everywhere. Thank you.
Now, rebuttal time. First question from co-participants.
You are giving example of different countries, but if a code which is working in other developing countries will work positively in a diverse country like India also?
See, every country, first of all, thank you to your question, and as we all know, every country has different social, historical and cultural background. So do India, as India is a country of diversity, and as we all know, India is well known for its negotiations and discussions, as we have resolved many of the issues like Jammu and Kashmir issue with Jammu and Kashmir Accord at the presence of Rajiv Gandhi. So do Punjab Accord. So social conflict may not be the criteria. Plus, diversity can be accommodated, as UCC brings all the citizens under a single umbrella, not leaving them aside and focusing on a particular religion. Thank you.
Next question from audience.
You said that UCC will simplify the Indian laws. How?
Yes, UCC will indeed simplify the laws as UCC provides a comprehensive method to resolve the gender disparity and women empowerment, increasing the women empowerment. Thank you, sir. May I leave, jury? May I? Thank you.
Next, I would like to call code number 17A to speak against the motion.
Democracy is an intricate pattern in the tapestry of society where the colors represent the diversity and the threads symbolize unity. A very delightful morning to all present over here, Reverend Jury, honorable dignitaries and respected audience. Today I, code number A17, stand strongly against the motion that is Uniform Civil Code will further strengthen the fabric of democracy in our country. So, the basic aim of Uniform Civil Code is to replace personal laws that are based on religion, customs and traditions. Well, but the serious topic is used as a gimmick. Yes, you heard me right, as a gimmick by the political parties just to win elections. It is just like any other draconian law which is neither desirable nor necessary. Now some intellectual people will argue that it will give an equal status to minority. Which minority are you talking about? Because the minority I know of tribal groups is again and again seeking help from the Supreme Court to preserve their culture. In today's India, we have enormous differences between us. What we need is equity instead of equality. Yes, equity instead of equality. Whereas on the other side, a uniform civil code is just like putting a blanket over a leprosy patient to hide his scars. An article published by the Times of India on 6 July 2023, Nobel laureate Amartya Sen openly criticized the effect of UCC on our nation and called it a difficult issue. My opponents are giving the example of Goa's Uniform Civil Code. Goa's Uniform Civil Code or Portuguese Civil Code of 1867. Though polygamy isn't allowed in Goa's Civil Code for Muslim men, but bigamy is allowed for Hindu men. Goa's UCC tells us how it is a majoritarian law. There is a clear domination of Catholics in Goa. And if we talk about gender equality, then let me tell you, women have a very few rights on the property what they own. While you might hail the UCC of Goa, you must raise your voice against the unjust. An article published by The Hindu on 24 August 2023 stated the gaps in how Goa's UCC actually works can highlight the larger dangers of UCC. An article published by the same newspaper on 21 July 2023 stated that UCC is theoretically laudable and impractical. And also, how is UCC even possible in our country when codified civil laws don't follow one nation, one law? Talking about the case, but when did it happen? In 1985. It is completely illogical to compare a situation of 1985 to a situation of 2023. Today's women are much more aware and literate. Today we have many amendments that empower women and promote gender equality in our country. At last, I would like to conclude myself by saying that diversity is the cornerstone of our democracy. Even once, our father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi, said that no culture can live if it attempts to be exclusive. Thus, I want to again relate to the topic that UCC will not strengthen the fabric of democracy in our country, but rather jeopardize our tapestry. Thank you a lot.
Now, rebuttal time. First question from co-participants. How can you say that Goa's UCC is an ideal code?
I am saying that Goa's UCC is not an ideal code. I think you didn't heard my all the words, but
I think you said Goa is ideal.
No, I didn't say that Goa is an ideal code. I said that Goa's Uniform Civil Code has a lot of flaws in it, and it is not a Goa's Uniform Civil Code. It is a Portuguese Civil Code of 1867.
Next question from audience.
Don't you think the implementation of UCC would enable the incorporation of modern principles which aligns with the evolving social landscape and individual freedoms? Why and why not?
See, implementing UCC will, you can just see it as imposing on everyone. See, cultural or personal laws can be reformed from the grassroots level, so that the people can get a feeling of belongingness with their own personal laws. At the same time, there will be reforms and modernization in our country. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call code number 18F to speak for the motion.
UCC can bring a change even only when people are ready to accept it. Good morning, respected jury, my fellow participants and dear audience. Today, our code number 18F is here to speak for the motion Uniform Civil Code will further strengthen the fabric of democracy. As Article 44 of our Indian Constitution states that the state endeavors to secure for its all citizens a uniform civil code. It also aims to enforce a uniform legal framework on all the citizens irrespective of their religion. Above few lines undoubtedly direct that such provisions with the objective to treat or provide an atmosphere of equality and don't discriminate on the basis of sectoral identities like community, religion, caste, etc. They also aim to provide an equal status for all the citizens. Do these provisions make the democratic fabric weaker? No, never, because democracy is a dream governing system which must have no space for a single discriminatory or favoring status. UCC is one of the most valuable factors which strengthen the fabric of democracy. Let me unveil the debates of Constituent Assembly to prove it. On 3rd November 1948, a deep discussion on UCC in Article 35 of Drafting Committee took place. On this day, Mr. Muhammad Ismail, a well-distinguished member of Constituent Assembly, said that UCC is very dangerous for Indian society. Another member, Mr. Mehboob Ali Beg, also said that family laws and marriage laws would be affected by UCC. So was done by Mr. Iyengar, who said that Indian secularism would be endangered by UCC. Respected jury, a well-learned counsel, Mr. K.R. Munshi, replied them factually by giving them the examples of personal laws which are themselves discriminatory. They discriminate between persons and genders. Respected jury, Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar denied all those objections and not amended anything against UCC. He stated and clarified that Article 14 of our Indian Constitution itself contains the maximum part of UCC. In North Malabar and Kerala, there is a law named Marumaktayam which must be followed by every Hindu or Muslim of those areas. UCC is very important for women as they are discriminated by all the personal laws. The provision of UCC is not to destroy the individual identity of the minorities. So in conclusion, I would say that having Article 14, our fundamental right, we are governed by a uniform rule of law like uniform criminal law. So why can't we accept a uniform civil code? One nation, one citizen theory demands one and universal law. UCC is the demand of time to strengthen the bond of our country. Me as an Indian identity must be on the top priority is also strengthened by UCC. The discrimination with the half of population by many personal laws like Teen Talaq, Halala and matrimonial superiority of men can be ended by UCC. Thank you.
Now rebuttal time. First question from co-participants.
That practically the implementation of UCC is possible?
Yeah, it can be possible if you change the mentality of the people who are opposing the UCC because of their personal laws or the things they were taught by their earlier generations. It can be implemented so easily.
Next question from audience.
The basic point of UCC is that there will be one law for all the citizens. But in a forest, if we say that there is one law for the carnivores and herbivorous animals, then how will they survive?
See, we are not carnivorous or herbivorous. We have many personal laws, and if a single law is passed to make them, give them an equal status, so it is not dangerous because the many laws discriminate so crucially with women. And if UCC is passed, it will end up that discrimination and an equal status will be there for every citizen in the Indian society. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call code number 18A to speak against the motion.
Respected jury members, discourse of different school, and my dear fellow participants, today I code number 18 is going to speak against the motion on the topic Uniform Civil Code will further strengthen the fabric of democracy, and I personally against of this law. First of all, let me throw light on the topic UCC. A uniform civil code means that all the section of the society, irrespective to their religion, shall be treated according to the civil code, which shall be applicable to all uniformly. They cover areas like marriage, divorce, maintenance, succession, inheritance, and adoption of the property. Based on the promise, no connection between religion and law in modern civilization. Critics agree that the implementation of the UCC could infringe upon the constitutional rights of the practice and could disaggregate the religious customs and regulation followed by different communities. They believe that allowing religious communities to adhere to their own law is an essential aspect of religious freedom. Additionally, creating a uniform civil code across the entire country poses challenges due to a specific constitutional provision to a certain religion, particularly in northeast area where indigenous family laws are protected. The main argument against the UCC is that it breaks the constitutional freedom to practice right of the choice, which allows the religious value of the religious value of their own personal law. For example, Article 25 gives every religion group the right to manage its own affairs. The UCC is likely to bring the multiple changes to Muslim personal law, including the abolition of polygamy practices. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Now rebuttal time. First question from co-participants.
I want to ask that section 494 of the IPC, if a Muslim is having more than one marriage, it's not an offense, while if a Hindu is marrying more than once, it's an offense under IPC. Why?
Because it's in our religion. From the ancient time, Muslims can have many marriages, have many wives, and they can do many marriages, but from ancient times of Hindus, they didn't marries one more than one.
Next question from audience.
You said that Article 25 implements that they have their own right to solve their affairs, but that is not correct with Muslim women according to 3 times that talaq system is going on.
Can you please repeat your question?
Means you explained about Article 25 that they have their own rights to solve their affairs, but that is not correct with Muslim women.
Because I think they are in the burden of their family, maybe.
Next, I would like to call code number 19F to speak for the motion.
Injustice anywhere threatens justice everywhere. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly, said Martin Luther King. A glorious morning to the intelligentsia gathered here. Today I, code number 19F, feel privileged to endorse the motion. The Uniform Civil Code will further strengthen the fabric of democracy. Let's open up with what UCC is. Uniform Civil Code is a proposal to formulate and implement the personal laws of citizens, which will be applicable to every Indian, irrespective of caste, religion and gender. Under it, all the personal matters like marriage, divorce and adoption will be legitimately dealt with to all and sundry. Here I would like to specifically quote Article 44, Part 4 of our Constitution. It reads, "The state shall endeavour to secure a uniform civil code throughout the territory of India." I would like to ask my worthy opponents, if we are purely secular and genuinely democratic, then should it be religious lines that govern the citizens, or it should be the laws passed by the parliament? Of course, the Grand Hall will unanimously agree that in a democratic setup, laws passed by the elected parliament should prevail the personal laws. My erudite opponents hypothetically stated that UCC may pose a threat to national unity, but I fervently believe that execution of UCC will ensure the integration of nation by providing a level playing platform to all the communities. Besides, let's work on the concept of majority verdict to dilute this problem. Here's a compelling evidence. Results of a poll by India Today say that 69% of people are in favor of inaction of UCC. Impartial viewers, these facts speak volume for my case. A surgeon amputates one's leg if need be, because life is more important than a limb. Similarly, a nation's larger interest holds higher value than appeasement of people. The same is cited in the Journal of Indian Law Institute. Next, if all the developed countries, even Islamic countries like Morocco and Egypt, can follow in UCC, then why can't India? The removal of Article 370, which faced a lot of resistance at initial stage, worked miracle for the integration of nation. Next, the Apex Court has from time to time raised its concerns for demand of something like UCC. Shah Banu case was one of them. It said that UCC will encroach upon rights of one particular religion, which is just distortion of facts. Take the example of a body. Different organ systems work in coherence and control and coordination of brain without losing their individual identity. Similarly, UCC will incorporate the interests of all the sects of society and strengthen a democracy where all social evils are addressed. So, to cut the long story short, UCC aims not to subdue but to uplift the marginalized section of society, and thus will knit the fabric of democracy as a paragon. Thank you for being quick on update.
First question from co-participants.
You said 69% of people are in favor that UCC should be implemented. But what about those 31% who are not? Aren't their opinion important in our country?
It's indeed an honor for me to have a question from you, and I would try to answer your sedulous query. First of all, before explaining, I would like to take a practical and prudent example from daily lives. In elections, the party which secures the majority of votes forms a government and wins the election. Similarly, in this case, 69% of people are in favor of UCC. In majority, it's the rule. Majority of people support opinion, that opinion should be listened. Next, our lawmakers are not the people pleasers. 69% of people who are denying the implementation of UCC fear that their authority will be diminished. They fear that implementation of Uniform Civil Code will open the Pandora's box.
Next question from audience.
Why all religions don't have equal equality?
Please pardon your question.
Why all religions don't have equal equality?
This is what I am emphasizing on. It's quite a pertinent question, and I will try to answer it meticulously. Uniform Civil Code will ensure that all the religions maintain equality. It will preserve and behold the core spirit of a nation, that is, unity in diversity.
Next, I would like to call code number 198 to speak against the motion.
Strength lies in differences, not in similarities. The beauty of the world lies in the diversity of its people, and that's what makes India great, and we are proud of it. Honorable guests and other guests, reverend jurors, illustrious arbitrators, and indispensable audience, I code number A19 am here to represent myself against today's motion. That is, Uniform Civil Code will further strengthen the fabric of democracy. UCC is a boon or a bean? It's a $64,000 question. That's what people ask today. Well, it's contingent on people, how they perceive it. Impartial jurors, while the idea behind it, there are enormous complexities and emotional nuances that cannot be set aside. I firmly believe that diversity should be implemented. Had the implementation of UCC so crucial to run a country, why it was not implemented immediately after freedom? Honorable jurors, our country takes pride in its unity and diversity. This diversity forms the fabric of our society and reflects the sense of our rich heritage. Please reflect on this. Rainbow of one color, peacock of one color would no longer suit the nature, as nature has always seen rainbow having 7 colors and peacock mostly of multicolor. Then why UCC to change something which is already perfectly in order? Why not living with what and how it is? Impartial jurors saying that there are a plethora of countries having common laws is robing the nature of the fact that India's unity and diversity has been praised for ages and no harm has been done to it since then. Moreover, every individual has the right to make choices about his or her personal life. One's decisions are deeply personal and should not be dictated by a uniform code. Hasn't the country progressed after independence? Yes, it has. Here are some articles from our Indian Constitution which supports my arguments. Article 25 says, all are equally entitled to freedom of conscience. Article 29 says, any section of citizens having a distinct culture, have the right to conserve the same. Now, if the framers of the constitution wanted a UCC, why they put it in the concurrent list and not in the union list? Impartial Viewers, the Hindu paper, published an editorial on July 24, 2023. It states that a uniform civil code under a majority regime is likely to be an awkward result of the crisis of Indian secularism. Some may say concepts of UCC will bring gender equality, but I personally believe gender equality cannot be achieved by merely changing laws. Take the Prohibition Child Marriage Act 2006, but still 23% of girls are married before their 18th birthday. So instead of focusing on uniformity in laws, we should concentrate on empowering citizens through education, awareness, and social reforms. This will create a more significant impact than a one-size-fits-all legal framework. Therefore, UCC will not do any good to us. Conversely, it will wreak havoc and weaken the democracy. Thank you for your attention.
Now rebuttal time. First question from co-participants.
How can you prove that UCC is not allowing citizens to participate in their own religion practices?
Yeah, that's quite a prudent query, and here comes my answer to this query. Wherever someone tries to implement UCC, it will definitely have to favor the majority, because if majority will not favor the code, then it will protest and it will divide the countries. Whenever someone speaks about India, the first thought coming in his mind is about unity in diversity. Nature has a lot to teach. Take the example of our hand. All the fingers are not of same length, but they coordinate among themselves to get the work done. Different size is never a handicap, but still, then how can a country compose stand so for the want of UCC? Thank you.
Next question from audience.
You are against UCC. So what is your opinion about Shah Banu's case? Do you think that what was done with her was correct? Your query is quite prudent. So Shah Banu's case was a social level. Even if we make laws, these social levels cannot be eradicated from the society. Like under the Article 47 of our Constitution, toxic substances like drugs and drinks is prohibited, but still it is sold in the market. So it cannot be done by the changing of laws. We should concentrate it by empowering citizens, and we should make it change at a grassroots level in the mindsets of people. And if mindsets of people are changed, then everything will be perfect in the society. There is no need for uniform laws. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call code number 20F to speak for the motion.
Respected jury, honorable chief guest and my worthy opponents, a very cheerful morning to everyone. Today, I quote F20 stand before you to express my views on the topic. The Uniform Civil Code will further strengthen the fabric of democracy, and I am with the motion. What does the Uniform Civil Code mean? Friends, it is a set of laws governing personal affairs of all citizens, irrespective of their religion and caste, and ensures their fundamental and constitutional rights. I have a question for my worthy opponents, whether a man in the present society can marry 4 times and is it legal? And it has been so awful that he can divorce his wife simply by dictating the word talaq 3 times. Therefore, it is said without a uniform civil code, labeling India a secular nation is just an illusion. Criminal laws are same for everybody. Then why personal laws are not equal for everyone? The matter such as marriage, inheritance, divorce, maintenance, adoption and property rights are common in every religion, but different laws are assigned according to different religions. Why? Isn't it a discrimination with those women and minority groups who are facing exploitation daily in the name of religion?
You must have heard, better a lean peace than a fat victory. Now, I want to give some information about Islamic countries like Turkey, Tunisia, Egypt, Morocco, Jordan, etc. They have not only reformed personal laws to check their misuses, but also codified them as per their constitution. Guys, if Muslim countries can reform personal laws, then why not India? Here is the well-known case of Sarla Mudgal and others versus Union of India. Its judgment in 1995 laid down the principles against solemnizing second marriage by conversion to Islam, while the first marriage was not dissolved. Its judgment is considered a landmark decision that highlighted the need for a UCC in India. Furthermore, it is a myth that UCC is nothing but the implementation of Hindu laws only. No friends, let's have a look of Goa. Though there are 8.3% of Muslims, 25% of Christians and 66% of Hindus, and it was ruled by Portuguese till 1961, but they adopted the UCC and it is still functioning. My friends, now only think for a moment. If in a same family there is one law for one member and another law for a second member, will that household be able to function? Think, my friends, think. That's why we should adopt the concept of one country, one law. It will flourish national integration, secularism, and foster a sense of unity and harmony among diverse communities. UCC enables interfaith marriages and relationships without any legal hurdles or social stigma. So friends, after such a deliberate discussion, I want to conclude my debate as UCC covers all the social, political, and religious aspects. It can be concluded, and I am in strong opinion that UCC should be implemented as soon as possible for betterment of our country. Thank you, have a nice day, and Jai Hind.
Now rebuttal time. First question from co-participants.
Are you saying the benefits of UCC in Goa, but do you aware of the drawbacks of UCC in Goa? Can you state these drawbacks of Goa?
First of all, thank you for giving me this opportunity to answer this question. I know there are drawbacks in Goa also, but there are less drawbacks and many advantages. Can we burn our house to get rid of a mouse? Please tell me. That's why we should adopt the concept of one country, one law by taking the example of Goa.
Next question from audience.
You told about 3 talaq practice, but it has been already banned and it is illegal. So what's the work of UCC in this?
UCC, first of all, thank you for this question. UCC do not only reform the 3 talaq practices, but also it reforms various personal laws and negative practices of each religion. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call code number 28 to speak against the motion.
Good morning to respected judges, faculty members, and our dear opponents. Today I, Court 20A, stand before you to express my views on the topic, the Uniform Civil Code will further strengthen the fabric of democracy. And I am against the motion. The debate on UCC is centered on the argument to replace the customs and practices of marriage, divorce, adoption, and succession with a common law. Those who are in favor of one code argue that it will end discrimination in all religions. But I want to ask, how? The ideology of UCC is based on uniformity in diversity, which works on privilege, equality, customs, and legal requirements. It comes in the 4th part of Indian Constitution, the directive principle of state policy, which is based on one nation, one law. Friends, the Constitution Bench has recently published a questionnaire to check whether the nation is ready for this code and what would happen with the gender equality. We have heard this. A clean fast is better than a dirty breakfast. Yes, my opponents have beautifully brought out the facts about the concept of one nation, one law, but I am not erasing the waves, as there are so many hurdles. India's strength lies in its diverse societies and personal laws which have been developed to accommodate these diversities. There are more than 220 different ethnic groups living in the northeast part of the country, and they will have to lead a silent voice of alienation and marginalization. Hence, it will be a threat to minority rights. As per my opinion, imposing a single code might undermine the religious and cultural autonomy of these minorities. Furthermore, the government must respect the emotions of the minority community and thus whether decide to violate upon the personal laws or respect the Jews. We know very well that our country faces a significant backlog of cases and implementing transitional period, the legal system may experience an increased due to the emergence of new cases based on UCC. As per the opinion of law has adopted since 1961, an implementation of a UCC in Goa has been passed by Supreme Court in the year 2019. But do you know the ground realities of the state? My dear opponents, I would like to hit the nail on the head. Friends, the UCC in Goa permits a specific form of polygamy for Hindus and does not extend the Sharia Act to Muslims. Additionally, the Catholics of the state enjoy certain privileges such as exemption from marriage registration. So friends, wake up to the realities. If we are unable to enhance awareness and education, our country will have to face this sensitive and divisive issue. Therefore, as per my opinion, before proceeding ahead, we shall have to apply the theory of brick by brick approach. With this, thanks and have a nice day.
Now, rebuttal time. First question from co-participants.
You talked about polygamy in Muslims. Uniform Civil Code plans to abolish that polygamy and many other discriminatory practices prevalent in every personal law. How can you elaborate on this point?
Thanks. First of all, thanks for asking me this question. Friend, there are many drawbacks of UCC, such as it will be a threat to minority rights. And for your question, we can amend the personal laws as to develop the society. Thanks. I hope my answer will satisfy you.
Next question from audience.
You say that we should consider the emotions of minority, but in elections the majority part only from the government.
But we should also keep in mind about the wishes of these minority population, as there are 11% of tribal people living in India, and they will have to lead a silent voice of alienation and marginalization, and it will be a threat to their right to forest land. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call code number 21F to speak for the motion.
Good morning to one and all present here, respected chairperson, esteemed judges and my fellow debaters. I code number 21F stand here to express my views on the topic the Uniform Civil Code will further strengthen the fabric of democracy, and I am with the motion. We all know that the Uniform Civil Code is a common set of laws governing various personal matters such as marriage, divorce, inheritance and property rights, applicable to all citizens irrespective of the religion, faith and society. In this so-called high society, there is value of a dress but not of a person. So give me less food but a big table. In India, roots of UCC can be traced back thousands of years. At the confluence of Ganga, Yamuna and Saraswati, when the sacred Vedas were composed, a seed of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, that is, the whole universe is a family, was shown. In present context, we find that the idea of UCC rose in the colonial era, when the British rulers attempted to introduce a uniform legal code. Post-independence, framers of Indian Constitution debated the issue, and it was decided that UCC would be kept as directive principle of state policy under Article 44. However, implementation of UCC has remained a contentious and a complex issue in India. What an irony it is! In a country with ideology where women are worshipped, divinity blossoms, facing discrimination in the name of personal law, is it not our duty to bring marginalized communities into the mainstream? Respected jury, the UCC is not only a necessity but also a reflection on fundamental principles on which our democratic system is built. When we talk about equality, then why do we become silent on women's rights? Why do we fear uniformity? Uniformity doesn't mean that everyone will have to take 7 rounds to get married. Uniformity in the sense of marriage can mean that everyone will have to register their marriage. According to Sharia law, women only get 3 months maintenance after divorce. Guys, Shah Banu had been married for 40 years. And is it a short period of life? She had to take the shelter of Supreme Court and the court favored her, but her husband refused to pay her alimony. But the politicians and clerics criticized that decision. As a result, many Shahabanus are suffering from discriminatory and derogatory laws. Friends, India is a land of diverse culture and traditions. It is purely a myth to say that UCC will destroy its diversity. On contrary, UCC will promote national integration by unifying personal laws, thereby reducing division along religious lines. At last, I would like to say that UCC embodies the democratic principle of secularism, equality, and justice. It is a perfect model for a diverse country like India, where culture and traditional sentiments run deep. It is a step forward in ensuring the core values of democracy. That's all. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Now rebuttal time. First question from co-participants.
Can you palpably relate how Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is related to execution of UCC, and further, how is it relevant to the topic?
Firstly, thank you for giving me this opportunity to answer this question. The ideology of UCC is uniformity in diversity, which means that the whole country is a family, and the ideology of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is that the whole universe is a family. These both are interrelated to each other, which binds the whole universe into one family. That's all.
Next question from audience. Why UCC is a civil code?
Okay, thank you for asking this question. UCC embodies the democratic principle of secularism, equality and justice. It is a code because it will be applied to all the nations of India, which will help to spread equality among every individual of every religion. That's all. I hope my answer will satisfy you. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call code number 21A to speak against the motion.
Respected chief guest, insightful jury, and my brothers and sisters. I, code number 821, stand here to argue against the notion that the Uniform Civil Code will further strengthen the fabric of our democracy. We all know one nation, one law is the basic idea behind implementing UCC. But the question arises, is it feasible in the largest democracy in the world? All that glitters is not always gold. Any democracy stands on the pillars of integrity in diversity, equality in invariability, and fraternity in complexity. India is a perfect example where all the colors blend together to give a rainbow shape. India is a land of diverse cultures and traditions. Its geographical, cultural, linguistic, and religious diversity makes it a beautiful bouquet full of different flowers. Surely, implementing UCC will erode its cultural diversity and become a threat to Article 29. To go ahead, first we have to think, do we really need a uniform civil code? Or is it a Hindu-Muslim debate to radicalize society? And most amazingly, how will it strengthen democracy? The answer is not affirmative. It seems a wolf in a lamb's clothing. The 21st Law Commission worked a lot by observing minutely and taking suggestions from all stakeholders. It is said that the voice of the people is the voice of the God. And the 21st Law Commission clearly mentioned this voice in its report, saying UCC is neither necessary nor desirable in India. Historical developments in last few decades also express the same ideology. Britishers could easily enact laws on personal matters when they were creating judicial structure in India. When a drafting committee was set up, debate also went against UCC and was kept under Article 44. More interestingly, the Hindu Code Bill was passed in 1955 without much hue and cry soon after independence, which again proves that in personal matters citizens don't like uniformity. Respected jury, a UCC may be perceived as an imposition of state's will on religious practices. This could be seen as violation of fundamental rights to freedom of religion, a cornerstone of our democracy. We should also take note of the fact that the implementation of UCC could lead to social unrest and conflicts. People may take it as a honey tongue and a heart of gall. Radical changes to personal matters can spread social resistance, which could destabilize the social fabric. Proponents of UCC often talk about the Sahabanu case and the Saira Banu case. A coin has two sides. In both the cases, the Supreme Court didn't show the need for UCC. Rather, it only gave its judgment on the basis of existing laws. Proponents of UCC said this wrong, but we should also take note of the fact that there are bad practices in every religion. There are alternating methods to correct them, and the simplest is to find out the problem and make a law on its eradication, as we can see in Hindu Widow Remarriage Act, the Sati Prevention Act, and the Hindu Women Right to Property Act. As a conclusion, it seems relevant to say, don't burn your house to get rid of the mouse. A UCC, while well-intentioned, has a potential to undermine the values of cultural diversity, social harmony, and freedom of religion. In a diverse country like India, it would be difficult to develop a mandate for a UCC that is acceptable all the groups. That's all. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Now rebuttal time. First question from co-participants.
Can we call ourselves truly secular when there are differences in personal laws based on religious affiliations?
Okay, first of all, thank you to give me opportunity to answer this question. No, we are not purely secular because there are many disputes between minority and majority religions, such as Hindus and Muslims. That's why we are not purely secular. That's all.
Next question from audience.
Don't you think that UCC is violating Article 15 and Article 14, as Article 14 says equality for all, and Article 15 which says that state can differentiate between people on the basis of religion? Then why Hindu girl is allowed to marry at the age of 21 but a Muslim girl can at the age of 18?
Okay, I got it your question. But in these articles, it is said that equality for everyone. But what is the for Article 20, Article 29 and 15, which states that one person can have their distinct culture. There is also lead to social unrest and conflicts. And I am saying that the Muslims can marry under the age of 18, but the Hindus can marry the age of 21. This is not equality, but in Shariat law and Hindu Code Bill possess these laws to be married. Thank you, that's all.
Next, I would like to call code number 22F to speak for the motion.
Believe me, changes to improvements are always welcome with protests. Almighty God, respected jury, wise audience, and all my dear companions, I code number 22 is here to share my views in the favor of the motion, will UCC strengthen the democracy or not? Yes, for a short it will enhance the democratic approach in our nation. It will surely boost up our nation. Feel the society. Yes, feel the society where there are no barriers of caste and religion or the laws. And if we are living in that, what kind of goosebumps it is giving? Aren't you getting all? I don't know about you all, but I literally feel excited for this. So respected jury and my companions, I want to ask you one thing. Have the articles of constitution never been amended? My
companions are coming here and showing their posters and discussing about Article 25 and 29. Why are you forgetting about Article 44? Yes, respected jury, Article 44, which itself violates the Article 25, which states about one nation, one law. And I would say standing here and giving your opinion on this very much discussed topic is so easy. Did you ever think of life of those kids who become the victim of child marriage and further they suffer throughout the life? A big appreciation from those who are against of it. And not only this, there are many other factors for which UCC will surely lead our society, such as gender equality, social equality, secularism, and most important, it will surely promote modernity and progress. Come on everyone, we are living in 21st century, the era where we are creating history on reaching on moon, and our leaders are still thinking of implementing UCC. Let me ask, how implementation of UCC not allow anyone to worship? At one side, laws are framed for gender equality and they are passing 33% women reservation bill, and another side we are still debating on this issue. Dear jury, the Honorable Supreme Court, yes, the Honorable Supreme Court had passed a judgmental regard the case of Mr. Muhammad Ahmad Khan versus Sahabano, where Sahabano approached the Supreme Court for demanding maintenance of herself and her 5 children, where court ordered to frame one nation, one law, and the case belongs to year 1985, and we are still debating this issue in 2023. A big down thumb bravo to our leaders and so-called masters of this nation. The only state in India, Goa, which had implemented UCC. Do those people are not religious? Even the father of constitution, yes, Dr. B.R. Ambedkar stated that this liberty to implement UCC state-wise is just given in order to reform our social system, which is full of inequalities, discriminations. And this statement was quoted during a long discussion at Parliament on 2nd December 1948 for Article 13 of Fundamental Rights. And at last I would conclude my words by saying that without uniform civil code, labeling India a secular nation is nothing else than an illusion. Thank you so much. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Now rebuttal time. First question from co-participants.
As you said, it promotes secularism. Don't you think this is another step towards making India Hindu Rashtra?
Yes, this question is good. You are talking that labeling India a secular nation is good or not. Tell me that in a religion there is a person who marries 4 women, in another religion they can marry 1, and if they left divorced with that woman, they have to give maintenance, and the another one has not to give maintenance. That is secularism or not? Can you tell that?
Next question from audience.
If it is legally banned, then what is the role of UCC in stopping child marriage?
Can you repeat again?
If child marriage is legally banned, then what is the role of UCC in stopping it?
There are many factors that I told. Didn't you listen my debate? It will surely promote our society to lead up. Thank you very much.
Next, I would like to call code number 22A to speak against this motion.
Nation belongs to its people and their faiths and beliefs. Almighty God, respected jury, worthy audience, and all my companions, I call number feeling privileged to share my views against the motion UCC strengthening the democracy or not. I myself believe that preferences differ from person to person, society to society, community to community, religion to religion. I don't know what my opposers have studied, but I have studied since my childhood that democracy is something which is for the people, by the people, and to the people. And the question arises from the basic itself, that anything which is affecting the people's faiths and beliefs in an adverse manner, how it will strengthen a democracy? How? Dear listeners, since long years. India has been known by its diversified status of people living with unity, speaking diversified languages and many more. My companions have argued by saying that it will support secularism. But how? What kind of secularism you are talking about? I sincerely know that secularism lies in honoring and respecting the faiths and beliefs of each and every religion. And by this UCC, you are going to impose one religion's law to be followed by each and every religion. How can you forget all the minority communities and their laws? Who gave you right to play with their sentiments? Let me bring out some facts and statements. All India Muslim Personal Law Board General Secretary Mr. Maulana Wali Rahmani said that Uniform Civil Code is divisive and it is against the spirit of Constitution, which safeguards the right of citizens to practice their religion and culture. So who are you to stop one from practicing his or her own culture? And my courteous friends have earlier stated about the letter sent to the PM. So are you ready to pour them all in vain? Respected jury, I mean it that this will surely lead to the infringement of personal religious laws. My companions have frequently stated about Article 45. But dear ones, why are you forgetting Article 25 and 29? Let me clear one more thing. India is a country where code of criminal laws differ from one state to another. Then why this UCC is being debated so much just for personal laws? Respected jury and dear listeners, if cases of property inheritance, maintenance after divorce, marriages and many more would be lined up as majority religions customs, then where is democracy in imposing code from one religion to another? Surely not. That won't be democratic by any point. However, if any malpractices are there, they may be looked over and amended. But it's not necessary to weigh all the customs on one scale. And if masters of nation do this, then there would be no difference in living under the slavery of Britishers or that so-called nation's masters. Good going, my country's leaders, good going. But this is the era of mature people and one knows how to prevent one's identity. Respected jury, at last I would just say, enforcing UCC would violate our fundamental right, freedom of religion. It will grave our identity, grave our values and compel all of us to follow the words of masters. Thank you so much.
Now rebuttal time. First question from co-participants.
So you say diversity is the only thing that you can judge by UCC? Unity, integrity and secularism are not enough to implement the UCC?
Please repeat your question.
You say that you are just judging UCC by diversity. Are not unity, integrity and secularism enough to implement UCC?
Yeah, they are also enough, but why are you forgetting our diversity? India is known by its diversified culture, Hindu, Muslim, Isai, Parsi, and there are many more. So why are you forgetting them?
Next question from audience.
First of all, you spoke well. The way you spoke means that you are against that UCC and it is not important or necessary. Then why it was launched?
Can you please repeat your question?
I was asking that why UCC is launched if it is not important for us or society.
I'm not saying that UCC is not important for our society, but I have stated in my speech that if any malpractices are there, they may be looked over and amended. But by implementing UCC, we are weighing all the customs and religions on one scale. So this is a right? I think this is not right. Any other questions, please?
Next, I would like to call code number 23F to speak for the motion.
Of all the tyrannies that affect mankind, tyranny in religion is the worst. Good afternoon, respected jury members, esteemed teachers and my dear friends. I am Praditya Singh and I stand here to favor the motion that Uniform Civil Code will further strengthen the fabric of democracy. Before I begin, I would like to pose a question to everyone present here. Does removing all the unjust, all the unfair religious laws mean destroying the diversity of tradition? Was diversity of India affected when entry of women was allowed in Sabrimala temple? Was it affected when Shah Bano was given right to claim maintenance? No. So why does it seem for UCC? In India, all the laws are applied the same. If I have done murder or any peer have done murder, the punishment will be the same. This is called uniformity. The single exception of uniformity is personal laws which vary from religion to religion. Well, now coming back to the topic, what do you think? Whether providing justice according to a personal or religious laws is more important than indiscriminatory civil laws? In my opinion, with respect to our constitution, civil laws are more important and personal laws of different communities need reform so that they could become just, they could become fair. This relates with the factors sovereignty, socialism and secularism in India. But all this is impossible without the implementation of UCC. Our constitution has provision for UCC in Article 44 as a directive principle of state policy which proclaims that the state must put efforts to provide the citizens a uniform civil code which must be same for every citizen regardless of their religion, regardless of their sexual orientation. Should it be legal for a man with one alive wife to do 3 more marriages? Should it be legal to marry under 18 years of age? And a Muslim woman cannot claim maintenance like other Indian women. Why should this be acceptable? Article 14 of Indian Constitution ensures equality based on religion, equality based on class, caste or gender. So why even after 7 decades of independence, women are still battling for equality? It's all because of the interference of personal laws. It's all because of the lack of UCC. From boosting national integrity to abolishing gender discrimination, UCC can make citizens enjoy a real independence, enjoy a real freedom. Many among us might be thinking that it's impossible to pass a uniform civil code in a nation where there are different communities with different beliefs. No, it's not impossible. Even when Hindus were in majority in 1955, Hindu Personal Code was passed, which means that codification of Hindu personal laws was done. How was that possible? And in many Muslim nations like Pakistan, Bangladesh, Morocco, there is codification of Muslim laws. How is this possible? Our country needs uniformity, and don't worry, with the arrival of uniformity, there is no danger to the diversity. It will not end the diversity. For example, uniformity does not mean that everyone will have to take 7 rounds to get married. Uniformity in the sense of marriage means that from now on everyone will have to register their marriage, and we already have a lot of uniformity like the constitution. The best example is diversity in danger with provision of Article 14 meaning equality? No. Is diversity in danger with equal pay for equal work? No. So why does it seem for UCC? UCC may be hard to implement, but it's not impossible. Communities must educate themselves on why personal laws need reform. We must modernize, democratize and strengthen our institutions to make this transformation. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Now, rebuttal time. First question from co-participants.
As you have mentioned all the advantages of UCC so nicely, my main question from you is India ready for UCC?
India is not ready for UCC. That's why it's a debate topic. We should spread awareness among the people so that all people can become ready for UCC, and we can pass UCC very peacefully.
Next question from audience.
You explained it briefly why to implement UCC, but if it is that much important, then why it was not implemented after independence?
Because when India got independence, everything was new. We got a new culture, new country, everything was new. So the constitution makers thought that it was the time was not ripened for passing UCC at that time. So they kept it as a directive principle of state policy. And now I think it's the time to pass UCC. Thank you.
Next, I would like to code number 23A to speak against the motion.
Good afternoon, respected jury members and my fellow mates. Myself Kanchanola, and I am honored to stand before you to speak against the motion on the topic, Will UCC strengthen the fabric of democracy? Before understanding the UCC, we need to understand what democracy is. Democracy is a form of government in which peoples have the power to elect their representative and to take their own decision. This system is based on the fairness, individual's identity and inheritance, etc. A uniform civil code means that all the sections of the society, irrespective of their religion, shall be treated equally according to a national civil code which is applicable to all the sections of the society. Will our culture be protected by the implementation of uniform civil code? No. Implementing a uniform civil code could be seen as a threat to our cultural sensitivity and individual's identity, as it might require to confirm a uniform legal framework that may not align with the cultural beliefs, practices, etc. Article 44 of Constitution of India talks about the implementation of uniform civil code that may not be possible as due to the diverse culture of India. India is a democratic nation with diverse cultures and beliefs. The article being placed in the directive principle of state policy is not binding or mandatorily enforcing the government or the people. But the measure or the main opposition was taken by the people when it was firstly traced in the headlines of directive principle of state policies. Considering the background behind the UCCs is the major role that plays, that the person who oppose it are having an opposition reason about the said amendment, saying that it is particularly unconstitutional and it takes away their religious and cultural rights from them and even of minority communities too. So it is not favorable to them. Some of the political parties are also against the UCC as they believe that it would not favor them as they are having the minor communities as they are true at their place. Some of the Muslim communities has a fear at the today time by the implementation of uniform civil code. They thought that this would create a threat to their existence in the nation. They think that the Muslim communities are low in the minority communities and the Muslim will get the majority and a Muslim law will be formed in the nation and that every citizen has to follow. India, a country of diverse culture and traditions and languages, expecting people of diversified to act on the same law which is based on the uniform system. The argument is based on the fact that India believe in its priority and the integrity within its diversity. So what do you think? For maintaining diversity, do we need only UCC? No. Not the last but the least, the lack of the consequences makes it possible that the people have different beliefs according to the matters of religion and culture. They do not give priority to UCC as due to their different beliefs in the different spheres. Thank you for hearing me. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Now rebuttal time. First question from co-participants. Without the implementation of UCC, how our country will become developed?
UCC is not compulsory for each and everything as it gives only priority to religion. But except religion, many things are also there that can be noticed in a nation. I hope you are satisfied from my answer.
Next question from audience.
You said that UCC is a threat to individual's identity, but how?
I said that UCC is a threat to cultural sensitivity and individual's identity, as culture plays an important role in our nation, as India is a diversified nation with diversified cultures also. So it is important to give a role and a major role to culture also in our nation.
Next, I would like to call code number 24F to speak for the motion.
democracy and socialism have nothing in common but one word, equality. But there is a difference. While democracy seeks equality in liberty, socialism seeks equality into restraint and servitude. With this, a very wonderful afternoon to respected chairperson, fair and impartial jury members, my worthy opponents and all the good listeners. Today I, Court 24, standing before you all to deliver my views in favor of the motion that the Uniform Civil Code will further strengthen the fabric of democracy. The Uniform Civil Code, one civil code common to all. This would have meant the abolition of personal laws. Now, what are personal laws? Laws based on one's holy scriptures and religious texts. They regulate almost every aspect of life. Marriage, divorce, adoption, succession, inheritance, guardianship, everything. So, but a lot of these laws are discriminatory and unfair to minority groups and women. At the very outset, I want to tell my fellow debaters that the debate is not about whether the Uniform Civil Code is a good thing or a bad thing. Of course it is a good thing. It strengthens country's democracy. That's why it is a part of our constitution. Yes, the Uniform Civil Code is mentioned in Article 44 of the Indian Constitution, which is a part of Directive Principles of State Policy. This is what it says. The state shall endeavor to secure for the citizens a uniform civil code throughout the territory of India. But the Uniform Civil Code remains a dead letter. The makers of our constitution decided to implement it when India is ready to accept it. But 7 decades have passed. Unfortunately, it's still a proposal and still controversial. In 2014, do you know what were the promises in BJP's election manifesto? These are as follows: to bring Citizenship Amendment Act, to remove Article 370, to remove Triple Talaq, to solve Ram Mandir dispute, and what's next? Yes, it is Uniform Civil Code. UCC would promote national integration and secularism by creating a common identity and sense of belonging among all the citizens. But I think that they are not aware of Shaira Bano case, a Muslim woman. Yes sir, a Muslim woman challenged the constitutional validities of Triple Talaq, Nikah Halala and polygamy. My worthy opponents, gender inequality, caste inequality, race inequality, religion inequality. Let's take another example, the Shaira Bano case. The Supreme Court upheld the right of a Muslim woman to claim maintenance from her husband under Section 125 of the Criminal Procedure Code even after the expiry of without period, a period of 3 months. Uniform Civil Code would empower women to claim and challenge the patriarchal and regressive practices that violate their fundamental rights. At last, I want to give conclusion to my words only by saying that Uniform Civil Code will rationalize and simplify the legal system by removing various complexities and contradictions due to multiple personal laws. Uniform Civil Code is not a Hindu-Muslim debate. It is a step towards removing discriminatory laws from our country and to unite all the citizens under common rules, laws and regulations. It's high time now. We must forget that a man is a Hindu, Muslim or Sikh. He must remember that he is an Indian and he has every right in his country but with certain duties. Democracy got us freedom, victory and positivity, and Uniform Civil Code will brought us another chance to win our democracy. Jai Hind.
Now rebuttal time. First question from co-participants.
How can you say that UCC will empower women?
My friend, if you have listened to me carefully, I have already mentioned. Let's take another example. In France, 1716, a woman challenged for the equal procedures of divorce. For what? Equal procedures for men and women. In India, we know what's happening here. It's also a difficult proposal for Muslim women to now in against of men to get equal rights for divorce. It would empower women for all the religions, not only Muslim, Sikh, Christian, Hindu, for everybody, Orthodox Hindus and also Orthodox Muslims. Thank you.
Next question from audience.
Don't you think expecting UCC will lead to riots by people who don't expect to affect social issues?
We are implementing UCC to remove social issues, my friend. The UCC is implemented because to reduce the marriage, divorce and cultural diversities, inequalities favored by women and minority groups. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call code number 24A to speak against the motion.
If India is not a secular nation, then India is not India at all. With this warm and cheerful good morning to all the respected jury members, respected chief guests and all the good listeners. Today Court 24 is here to express my views in against a motion that the UCC will further strengthen the fabric of democracy. My lord, you know that India is a nation known for its rich religious and cultural diversity. It is a home to multiple religions, each with its own set of customs, traditions and personal law. The UCC poses a challenge to these laws as it tends to replace the individual personal laws with a uniform code applicable to all the citizens of the nation. Such a political move could undermine the cultural fabric of the democracy and impinge upon the cultural freedom of its citizens. The UCC violates the constitutional freedom to practice the religion of choice, which allows to their respective personal laws. My lord, it is clearly mentioned in Article number 25 that every religion group have the right to manage its own affairs, and Article number 29 give them the right to conserve their distinct culture. My lord, there is a famous Sanskrit slok that Dharmo Rakshiti Rakshitam simply means that Dharma protect those who protect it and Dharma destroys those who destroyed it. Imposing a common civil code may dilute the minority rights and unique rights and minority cultures which is enjoyed by the minority groups. Preserving minority rights and conserving their distinct culture is very crucial in a pluralistic society like India. My worthy opponents are saying that the UCC will promote the gender equality and help them women to be self-independent. Then I ask to my worthy opponents that the UCC that these gender justice can also be achieved within the framework of existing personal laws like Indian Succession Act, Hindu Personal Law and Muslim Personal Law. Sir, Kerala, the state which is known as the state holding highest literacy rate in India, its constitutional assembly has passed a revolution against the implementation of Uniform Civil Code on 8th August, with claiming that the central government attempts to implement the law without any consensus and are aimed at erasing the secular character of the Indian Constitution, referring to the article number 14 of the Constitution, which says that every religion group have the right to conserve its distinct culture and every state has the power to endeavor in the uniform civil code throughout the territory in India. I want to ask to my worthy opponents that like codified civil laws like CRPC and IPC doesn't follow one nation one law, then how can this dictate be applied to personal laws of communities? At last, I want to conclude my words by saying that if the central government try to implement the Uniform Civil Code, then the nation is not ready to go under the same protest as it gone earlier in the three of the Kisan bills. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Now rebuttal time. First question from co-participants.
How IPC vary from state to state and doesn't follow one nation one law?
IPC simply means that Indian Penal Code is differ from state to state. As just an example, the Motor Vehicle Act is always differ from state to state. As in the NDA ruled states, the Motor Amendment Act is different, and the anti-NDA groups it is always differ.
Next question from audience.
How you can say that UCC is not desirable and beneficial?
UCC is not desirable and beneficial because it erode the cultural diversity and the unique rights enjoyed by the minority groups. Thanks and have a nice day.
Next, I would like to call Code number 25F to speak for the motion.
The year was 1932. A young woman from Indore married a renowned advocate, Muhammad Ahmad Khan, in a fairy tale wedding. Life happened, and in 1978, she was bitterly divorced by the draconian practice of triple talaq. She filed a lawsuit against him, and after a long protracted legal battle, eventually won in the court of law. Unfortunately, she faced ostracism by her own community, citing the infringement of personal laws. The government at the time also overruled the court's verdict, stating that the personal laws are recognized in our constitution. The country burned. The protagonist here was none other than Begum Shah Bano. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges, respected teachers, and my fellow debaters. Myself, F25, stand here ardently supporting the motion. India as a nation, the biggest and the most vibrant democracy on this planet, has survived for centuries only because of its secular character, where the state has no religion and promotes no religion. Aristotle, the great Greek philosopher, stated in his law of non-contradiction, quote, "Two or more contradictory statements cannot both be true in the same sense at the same time," unquote. But then, how is it that we use religion as the basis to define our laws and we still call ourselves secular? Aristotle will be shaking his head in disbelief every time he hears us calling ourselves secular. Personal laws have always been viewed as harbingers of favoritism, thus leading to widespread resentment among communities. This threatens the two important weight-bearing pillars of a democracy, that is, unity and integration. We, being one of the most diverse civilizations and probably the oldest democracy, need a uniform civil code to weave the fabric of democracy using the threads of secularism, unity, equality, and justice. As Dr. B.R. Ambedkar wisely said, "I measure the progress of a community by the degree of progress that has been achieved by women." There are many personal laws that need eradication as they discriminate against women. So selective purging of personal laws from a few communities like triple talaq is not going to be useful. For example, the Hindu Succession Act 1956, Muslim women's rights to enter a mosque, or the practice of female genital mutilation without consent among the Dawoodi Bohra community all fall under the same category. Winston Churchill, the former British Prime Minister, wisely said, "The judiciary is the firmest pillar of a democracy." But in the absence of a uniform civil code, the legal system will always appear biased and the verdicts will be torn between what is righteous and what is recognized. And let us all hear to our inner voices. Do we really need another Shah Bano, Sarah Mudgal, or John Vallamatam in this country? A uniform civil code is not a threat to our democracy, but rather its guardian. As Abraham Lincoln wisely said, "A house divided against itself cannot stand." A uniform civil code is the glue that holds our diverse nation together, fostering a stronger democracy. Thank you.
Now rebuttal time. First question from co-participants. Don't you think that UCC will undermine our cultural rights, and at the same time the Constitution will be contradicting itself, because there is a right, that is right to freedom of religion in Article 25 to 29.
Thank you. That was a very good question. I would like to start my answer by saying that this is a common misconception against a uniform civil code, that people will not be able to practice the religion of their choice. However, they must remind the fact that the uniform civil code, in that people will be able to practice, propagate and profess the religion of their choice. And they will be able to celebrate their cultural diversity. That just means that they will be treated equally under the law of the state, which is the true meaning of secularism. And this aggravates the right to equality, meanwhile preserving the freedom of religion.
Next question from audience.
Don't you think implementing UCC without the consent and agreement of all communities could lead to the social unrest like we have already seen in our country in Assam and Delhi?
There are many misconceptions against a uniform civil code which makes people believe that it is not right for them. However, the change is not always a peaceful thing. Change has to be done to increase the progress of a country, and we cannot always think about people's sentiments when we want to progress into the future. Thank you.
Next, I would like to call code number 25E to speak against the motion.
Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed judges, fellow debaters and respected teachers, I, Nikita, stand before you to passionately oppose the motion that a uniform civil code will further strengthen the fabric of democracy. At the onset of this debate, let us remember the wisdom of George Bernard, who said, "Progress is impossible without a change, and those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything." One fundamental pillar of our opposition is the resounding call to respect cultural diversity. This diversity, far from being a threat, is the very essence of a great nation. The prospect of uniform civil code raises concerns about the potential erosion of the invaluable tapestry of traditions, languages, and customs. In the words of Mahatma Gandhi, "I do not want my house to be walled in on all sides and my windows to be stuffed." Our constitution, meticulously crafted, upholds the personal laws and recognizes the voluntary nature of uniform civil code as stated in Article 44. Moreover, a uniform civil code jeopardizes the rich cultural heritage and traditional practices of various communities. These practices are the very heart of our identity, as beautifully articulated by Rabindranath Tagore when he said, "Butterfly counts not the months, but the moments, and has time enough." But critics argue that a uniform civil code is essential for promoting gender equality. However, we contend that significant strides have already been made within the existing laws, such as the Triple Talaq Bill as reported by the Times of India on July 30, 2019. So here comes the question. Do women really need a uniform civil code? Can't they stand for their own rights and make their own decisions without any external interference? Ponder on this for a while. Implementing a uniform civil code in a nation as diverse as India is not without its complexities, as underscored by the Hindu on January 10, 2023. It could potentially lead to a surge, and this needs careful consideration. The apprehensions of the minority communities regarding the potential undermining of the religious practices and traditions must be respected. It is our duty to ensure the voices are heard, the concerns are addressed, and the rights are protected. In the spirit of upholding constitutional morality, we draw inspiration from Dr. Bhimrao Ambedkar's wisdom. Legal reforms should always respect the principles of traditions enshrined in our constitution. Rather than imposing a uniform civil code, a more effective approach is to adopt personal laws to ensure gender equality. Tailored solutions, we argue, are often more harmonious. Education emerges as a cornerstone. Instead of enforcing uniformity, our focus should be on educating community and raising awareness about individual rights and gender equality. In conclusion, the strength of a democracy lies not in imposing uniformity, but in celebrating our cultural diversity. To echo the words of Ratan Tata, I may have hurt some people along the way, but I would like to be seen as somebody who has done his best to do the right thing for any situation. So let us ensure that we do the right thing by celebrating our cultural diversity. Thank you.
Now rebuttal time. First question from co-participants.
Don't you believe that having a single set of civil laws for all citizens would promote equality and fairness in our society?
However, I firmly believe that education and equality is important and must for all of us. But imagine a classroom where each student gets the same books, same bags, and same supplies. That sounds like a UCC, isn't it? There's equality between everyone, but this situation is completely different from that of ours. We have different backups, different cultures, and different traditions, and that is what makes us unique. So to be fair enough, we can ensure that we respect these traditions and cultures of our society. Thank you.
Next question from audience.
You said that the women did not need triple talaq. Why?
I'm sorry?
You said why the women did not need the UCC. Why?
I didn't say this. Actually, I mentioned you have been misunderstood. I actually noted that there was an implementation of triple talaq bill. Sorry for this. Thank you.
After the superb delivery of the participants, now I request our juror of the event, Sir Surender, to share his views and motivate the participants and students. Sir, please.
First of all, thank you so much to invite me in such kind of a prestigious institution. So thank you so much, respected principal sir, the management, and my co-jurist, SMC member, my dear teachers and dear students. We are here gathered to just do a great discussion on UCC, Uniform Civil Code. And as I just heard your prestigious and awesome views and your expressions, I just acknowledged that your preparation was awesome. You have just your A's is not so, but your views are so big and awesome. Your preparation was like you are just debating on some kind of the TV channel, and we have also got benefited by that. So what I just want to say here, that UCC, you have just got far better than us. But what I just want to say here from this stage, that is I think more essential for the values. We have just done the discussion on the Muslim laws and Hindu laws and Christian and all other things. But what is happening in India, we were just talking about the one case that was a Sahabano case. Again and again the case was coming back. It was just reflecting in each and every debate participant's speech. So what's happening to India and what's happening to the civilization? Just we will have to focus on that. What's happening to the generations? We are just moving ahead and ahead towards the scientific approach or towards the scientific era. And we are just chasing our dreams consciously and eagerly and passionately. But what's happening? Our relations are behind. We are chasing the dreams, but our relations, we are just leaving the relations far behind. So what I just want to say, my dear students, all the problems are not sorted out with the laws. Sometimes the values, we have to inculcate the values and we have to produce the values, we have to generate the values in the generations. the national values, the social values. Sometimes we have to say that कभी कभी हम सपनों के पीछे इतना दौड़ते चले जाते हैं कि हमारे अपने पीछे रह जाते हैं. सपनों के पीछे दौड़िए, जितना दौड़ना है उतना दौड़िए, लेकिन ये भी ध्यान रखिए कि कभी अपने जो हैं वो पीछे नहीं रह जाएं. सपनों में और अपनों में समायोजन, द एडजस्टमेंट बिटवीन द ड्रीम्स एंड द रिलेशंस, दैट इज द बेस्ट की to Indian society, not Indian society but the human generation. If we have the human values, we have the values for the relations, can we think that Sahabano case might have occurred in the society? If I am sensitive for my wife, I am sensitive for my children, I am sensitive for my citizens, my neighbors, the nature and the animals and the trees and the birds, can I do that? Can we? So each and everything is not done by the laws. There are different kind of the laws in the society, but each and every day the crime ratio of India is increasing day by day. Okay? Indian Constitution, you know better than me that Indian Constitution is the world's biggest constitution of the world. Okay, but in spite of that, what's happening in the India, that the crime ratio is increasing day by day. My dear children, you are the youngest generation of the world. Why I am saying the world? You are the most intellectual generation of the world, because you are the Indians, you all are Indians, and India is the country of the young generation. So, and the whole world is looking towards you. So what you should adapt in your nature, just respect your relations, respect your parents, respect your moral values, your customs, your cultures. But one more thing I just want to say, that be ready for the reformation, ready for the change, ready for the acceptance in the society. Okay, what I am, think what I am. If I am not accepting myself, then why the world will accept me? First of all, what I am, I must accept myself. What in what kind of situation I am, in what kind of platform I am, I must accept myself. You might have seen there some kind of the videos on social media. There is a man who don't have the arms, who don't have legs, and who tried to commit suicide for even 8 times. I am talking about a person. मैं एक ऐसे व्यक्ति की बात कर रहा हूँ प्यारे बच्चों, जिसने he was born without his ना पैर थे ना हाथ थे, and he tried to commit suicide for 8 times. 8 बार उसने सुसाइड करने की कोशिश की. क्यों? क्योंकि उसका मजाक बना जाता था. उसकी मदर ने जन्म के साथ ही उसे हाथ में लिया तो उसे वोमिट होना शुरू हुआ. उसके फादर ने उसका चेहरा देखना पसंद नहीं किया, एंड व्हेन ही वाज इन स्कूल उसका मजाक बनाया गया. एंड देन व्हाट हैपेंड? He tried to commit suicide for 8 times. But after that, what was happening? There was a change in his life, that he all of a sudden he thought कि मैंने मेरी जिंदगी में जिस अवस्था में मैं हूँ, जिस तरह से मैं हूँ, क्या इसमें मेरा कसूर है? क्या I am the responsible for that? No, I am not responsible for that. And from that moment, his life was completely changed. And now the man is the CEO of the 5 companies, national, international companies, and he can, do you believe that? He can swim well as we can. Okay? I am not the swimmer. Okay, I have limbs but I can't swim, but the man who is without the limbs can swim well. जिसके हाथ पैर नहीं है प्यारे बच्चों, वो बहुत बेहतरीन तरीके से वो तैर सकते हैं. ये क्या है? He accepted the change and now he is a CEO and he is the man for motivation. So just I want to say that adapt your moral values and just adapt acceptance of your situation. One more thing, as the institution has believed me to motivate the students, one more thing I just want to share that is related to my own life. I just in 2000, sorry, not in 2000, but from 2009, I was the teaching faculty in Delhi government. I was selected and I was a part of education department of Delhi at that time. And what happened, I was doing MPhil NET and I just joined PhD from Indira Gandhi Open University. And I was doing well. Everything was just going on in a very positive direction. I was selected for the international tour for my department to study the education system. But what was happening at the same time? I just accommodation, I settled down with accommodation in Delhi near IIT and JNU. My father one day called me, बेटा मेरा दिल्ली में मन नहीं लगेगा and what's your plan? मैंने कहा पापा आप दिल्ली आ जाओ, हम अच्छे से रहेंगे. पापा ने कहा नहीं, ऐसा नहीं है, I am not able to just settle down in Delhi. और मैं लेक्चरर था, मेरी वाइफ लेक्चरर थी. प्यारे बच्चों, मैं आपको ये इसलिए बता रहा हूँ, ये यूसीसी एंड लॉस, these can change the society but not as we can change the society. मैंने पापा को मनाने की कोशिश की कि पापा मैं मेरे सपनों के पीछे दौड़ रहा हूँ, कि आप भी आ जाओ मेरे सपनों के साथ दौड़ते हुए. मम्मी ने कहा कि नहीं चलो मैं तो एडजस्ट हो जाऊंगी लेकिन तुम्हारे पापा एडजस्ट होना बहुत मुश्किल है. तो मुझे मनाया, नहीं माने. फाइनली व्हाट आई डिड, मैंने अपने सपनों के लिए अपने सपनों को छोड़ा. एंड देन आई रिटर्न टू Ralston. What I want to say, just focus on the moral values, social values and respect the relations. एक चीज और है, one more thing I just want to say, because it was an English debate and I'm the English teacher. I'm taking much time, sorry for that, only the 2 minutes more. When you are here on the stage, first of all, don't just focus on the energy and loudness on the voice. आप अपनी आवाज पे जोर मत मारिए, okay? Just focus on the views and on your expressions. आपके जो मुंह से निकली आवाज शोर नहीं करे, आपके मुंह से निकले हुए शब्द शोर करें. Okay, keep it in your mind. And the second thing is the clarity of your expression. आप जो बोल रहे हैं वो इतना क्लियर होना चाहिए कि सामने वाले के दिमाग में जाए. Don't focus to use such kind of the hard words. हम सोचते हैं कि hard words, different words आप use करेंगे. Okay, that's the way, but the clarity must be. And the pronunciation, some kind of the girls and the boys, they have some wonderful pronunciation and I have just noted it down. And in spite of that, you must have the rhythmic way, rhythm. आप लोग जानते होंगे कि prose and poetry, sometimes right now I am giving the speech, but lots of the students, नहीं, speech is some kind of the boring thing, huh? ऐसा ही होता है. But if there is some kind of the singing competition, यदि मैं कोई गाना गाने लगूं और आपके सामने डांस करने लगूं, तो what will happen? Each and every will just give the keen focus to me. क्या होता है गाने में और भाषण में, इसका एक डिफरेंस ये होता है कि गाने के अंदर क्या होता है, रिदम होता है, उतार और चढ़ाव होता है. जब आप स्पीच दे रहे हो, don't use the prose pattern but the pattern of music, sometimes up and sometimes down. Okay, so if you want to be the great orator, you must have the values of the music. Atal Bihari Vajpayee, you can follow, and I will not use some kind of the political names. And thank you so much once again. God bless you. Thank you. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Please have a seat. Next, I will request Ma'am Anuya to inspire and share her valuable knowledge. Ma'am, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's great to be here amongst all of you, and I'd like to thank Principal Sir, the management, teachers and all dear students. It is actually an absolute honor to be the juror of this debate competition. And the topic indeed was very interesting, seeing the current scenario which is happening in India right now. I'll try and keep it as short as possible. I do not want you to get bored. I would like to tell you a few points or few things that you should remember while you are debating. You guys have done a fabulous job, no doubt. One thing which I was actually having in my mind, that I would come here and I would tell you how to, show your confidence. But trust me, I don't think so. I need to tell you that, because each one of you was wonderful. Each one of you. Everybody was, it's like you guys were illuminating that confidence. So I do not want to emphasize on confidence right now. Few things that you keep in mind, doesn't matter which side you are actually on, if it is affirmative or negative, but you should have a convincing statement. You should have that convincing power. Your words should be clear. So be persuasive. Make eye contact. Don't look here and there. Don't do that. Stick to the issue. You have to stick to the issue. Do not, arguments, what happens basically is arguments can get derailed if you talk too much. And then going off tangents which will serve no good. So for that, what you need to do? You need to rehearse your material. Practice your material. During our time, we were not having mobile phones. We used to practice in front of mirror. But now you have the privilege of mobile phones at home. You can record yourself. Make a video. Check your hand gestures. Check your tone. How can you improve on that? Then it will actually help you feel more confident with your material. And a very, very important thing that I must say is listening. While you are listening to the other opponents, you should listen what they're saying. Otherwise it becomes very repetitive. The debate goes very repetitive and it becomes boring. But if you're listening, you have your material in hands. If you can change, if you can amend, do that. Make it more interesting, so that you can refute the points that other person has given. Do that. Then, as I've already said, pay attention to your volume. That is also a very important thing to focus on. Likewise, your posture. And remember, you are trying to be persuasive so that you appear charismatic. That's all I wanted to say. And thank you once again. And all the best. We'll know in some time who's going to win. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Next, I will request our alumna, Dr. Snehil Dhaka, to share her able experiences and views. Dr. Ma'am, please.
Um, Good afternoon, everyone. It's actually an honor to be here as at my alma mater, and I like to first of all thanks a lot to the principal sir. He has been my principal, and now he has given me this opportunity to be here. I'm here exactly 10 years later. I was part of this institute from 2007 to 2013. I think most of you were not even born then. And the kind of progress this institute has made, it makes my heart feel so full. And I hope all of you, whether you are of this institute or any institute, you get to go back to your school when you do something in life, and then you get to be a juror or anything in your school. So first of all, just keep progressing, okay? बहुत मौके मिलेंगे प्रोग्रेस करने के. This result, whatever it will be, it is not the end of it. ठीक है? Now, I like to keep it short, and I'll start from all the positive points ma'am and sir have brought it out really well. I will start with the points which need improvement. The moment you walk on a stage, that is the moment the judgment starts actually. The confidence, how you are presenting yourself, what you are wearing, it does matter. It does bring in the level of seriousness that you have. Okay, so take care of your appearance, take care of your confidence while you're walking in. First part is walking. Second is understanding. You have to understand your content. You can't just keep cramming it and come up here and talk about it. You have to understand. Ma'am told one use of mobile phone. I'll tell you the another one. You have access to internet. You are generation alpha. We had little use of internet. We had like limited amount which we can use. So use internet. If you are given a topic, understand about it. What the topic is really about. It will make so many things easier. When you are asked a question, you won't fumble about it, what they are talking about, or is it a right question or anything. So when especially when they ask you questions, that is a time we are able to judge the understanding you have developed of that topic. Whether you are just coming here and blabbering up, or you have actually have a hold of that topic. So that is one thing. Another is, you have to keep your language simple. As sir has already mentioned, don't use many complicated words. It does not bring a lot of addition to what we think. The simpler you keep, the easier it will be for the people to understand. One way in which you can practice is in your family, make them sit. It is a 3-minute speech. Make them sit and tell them. Speak in front of them and ask them, did they understand it? It's not about if they tell you, बेटा सुन के अच्छा तो बहुत लगा पर समझ नहीं आया क्या बोला. It means you are not clear enough. You are using too much of complicated language. So don't do that. Keep it simple. Another one major point which I wanted, like understanding, which I was talking about. One of the debaters told that UK and US are developing countries. So if you had an actual knowledge about this topic, you would have known that they are developed countries. There is a difference between developing countries and developed countries. India is a developing country. Okay, and when sometimes it happens that you fumble, we forget our lines and all. So try to stay composed at that time. You have to practice, and practice, but not till the time you can get it right. You have to practice till the time you are not getting it wrong. That is how much you need to practice for a debate. Okay, and mic usage. It's actually it becomes very annoying when you come in and shout on the mic. Mic is given to you so that you don't have to shout. If you had to shout, you don't need a mic. So please you need to take care of these small things. What we tend to do is, I have to emphasize. I keep emphasizing every word. You don't need to do that. You have to be soft at the exact places, and you have to emphasize the exact positions. If you keep all of your speech highly modulated, so it won't have that impact. We won't listen to the exact words which need to be highlighted. So that judgment you need to develop, where all you need to be soft and where all you need to exaggerate your points. And also, I think understanding the topic will solve most of your problems. Like one of the speech, I think the person was contradicting himself or herself about whether they are for the favor or they are against the favor. Like it was confusing to me. I was like, is he talking against or is he in favor? So that should not happen. And when will that not happen? If you have a command of what you are speaking, it should not be like you'll take help of other elders and your friends and everyone to write the speech. But then you have to understand what you're going to speak on the stage. So these are all the points. And one last thing about introduction. You have to at least check the time what it is once before you come on stage. If it's afternoon, you wish good afternoon, and if it's morning, you wish good morning. Like this is the most basic thing which you can't get wrong on a stage. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you very much. Please have your seat. To inspire and boost the morale and knowledge of the participants in all of us, I would request our school principal, sir. Sir, please.
Good afternoon, everyone. All spoke well. Let's start on positive note. Everyone spoke well. Whoever spoke and delivered enriched me, matured me. I got to know a lot about the subject and how a debater has to present herself or himself, what type of content is to be incorporated, what type of postures, gestures or rhythm, intonation has to be encompassed. Obviously results will be declared long before. Those who are going to win positions would feel themselves on cloud 9. I would like to put it in another way, that those who struggled here are supposed to give credit. If you talk about your schooling, if you talk about your new experiences that you confront first time. If I have been teaching in this school since last 20 years, same class, I am not learning anything new. The first year when I started teaching, I faced lot of new things. I learned a lot. But after that it is repetition of same experience. So I've got only 1 year's experience. I don't have 20 years experience. So those who came here and struggled, it means they are on right path. They will learn something. They are struggling. Those who came here delivered well and would emerge victorious. It means they are sitting next to perfection. They don't have anything to learn more. And you know that we don't have a concept of perfection. Things are never perfect. There is a Chinese fable I tell my students on and off. There was a painter who would draw contours, everything, complete the painting, and every day would keep outside in the street with a rider for the bypasses. Whoever finds any suggestion would write on a piece of paper. In the evening when he would collect it, riders would come to him, suggestions would come to him, feedbacks would come to him. He would work on all this. Every day he bettered his painting. After a few days, he didn't get any rider's suggestion or feedback. On that day, he was distraught, dismayed. So other fellow asked, he started like, he was disappointed, so reading his face, he asked him, prompt came a question. That it confirms that there is nothing wrong with your painting. It means everything is fine. On the contrary, you should be happy, elated. Then he said, things are never perfect. As long as I got suggestions, I was happy, I was learning something new. I worked on all these things. I bettered myself. Learning never comes to a standstill. It never stops. It is a continuous process. I better myself every year. So do the students. So those who struggled, don't lose your heart. You are on right track. Keep it in mind. Be sanguine, be positive that you are on right track and you are learning. You start delivering. Obviously you will be a good debater. You will be an acknowledged debater. I ask my students, you need to be multilingualist. You practice your vernacular language, local language at home with your parents. Then when you go and visit some local places, you practice, you reproduce your Hindi. As long as you are in school, please practice English. Some are diffident, some are shy, hesitant. I tell them, I motivate them. I also started with incorrect English. If I can talk a little bit better English, this is because of my practice. I struggled. So don't lose hope. Those who struggle are on right track. Obviously, if not today, they will come. They will be among the victorious. So in my opinion, if you just calculate what the Jews have done, that is their choice and they are left with no choice. They have to mark those who are best. But in my opinion, those who struggled are considered to do better. Now, question is that why these students are struggling? My subject is English. So obviously, I would like to throw some light on it. That what's wrong with this language? What's happening in schools? You get a guy who scored 99% in English, but fails to get the work done at public place. You tell, go to reservation counter and get the ticket booked, and you have to talk in English 99% when you scored in 10th and 12th, but would fail. Other fellow who scored 40-50 would go and get the errand done. What makes the difference? In most of the schools, we are talking about the language. We don't teach them how to use the language. That makes the difference. We go to class and start teaching. This is narration. You have to remove comma, inverted commas. You have to use this conjunction. Things will change in this way, that way. Talking about the language. We don't teach them how to use the language. And if you talk about that grammar is the basic to reach that height where we can talk in correct English. This is our misinterpretation and misconception. Grammar is never necessary and never sufficient to learn a language. If it is necessary, then how those who are newly born can talk in Hindi? They are never taught Hindi grammar. And if it is sufficient, then those who scored 99 couldn't talk in English. So grammar is never necessary, never sufficient to learn a language. Times have changed. Gone are the days when we would consider that there will be translation method or we'll resort to maximum grammar to learn a language. Now fluency comes first, then accuracy, then grammar, other things. First, one has to be fluent. The purpose of language is to convey the masses and receive the masses, and nothing more than that. A lot of students came here, delivered. Some were grammatically incorrect also, but we got the masses. Some were using in past indefinite also we too. Like I wrote one or two sentences. I wrote these sentences like after did also they were using second form because unconscious mind it goes. So this is not new. I didn't told, something like that. But that doesn't make the difference. We got the masses, but the debater wants to convey. So first fluency is to come. After that accuracy and other things obviously will follow. Next, what's wrong with English? Like the way, there is no correspondence between pronunciation and the way words are written. That makes the situation bizarre, very strange. And sometimes it is said it's very funny language. If you talk about grammar, etymologically it has been taken from the word glorious. Glamour. Grammar has been taken from glamour, glorious. So it has to be something that has got some life. But unfortunately we fail to deliver in that way. Now if we talk about like some words in the context, we generally use respected before noun. If you talk about Indian English, it's okay. But if you talk about standard English, we have got a word to be used in 8 parts of a speech. Either it can be noun, pronoun, adjective, adverb, preposition, interjection. Generally it is students. After that you cannot label them. So when you go back home, you just check this word. Respect can be used as verb and it can be used as noun. It is never used as an adjective. This is our coinage. Adharaniya, respected. Adharaniya principal, Mukhyadhyapak, respected. Indian coinage. If you talk about standard English, then it's wrong. You can have it, I respected. It's working like a verb. But respected Jews, chief guest, it's wrong. There is no end to learn. Don't think that I don't know. I also don't know a lot of things. I talk what I know. That's what man told. You need to be a good listener. When we talk instantly, we talk what we know. But when we listen what we don't know. And that enriches us, makes us more experienced. We need to be a good listener. If you talk about 4 skills of language, and one of them is listening, you have to be a good listener if you want to improve yourselves. Parallel instructions are there like myself XYZ. This is our coinage. Simple, putting simple in standard English, I am XYZ. Then we have got, I did it 10 years back, Indian coinage. There is a word for it. There is no end to learning. When you go from here, carry home something that you find that my day was not wasted. I learned something. Politeness is to be in debate. If you talk about the pros and cons, you talked a lot. Both sides tried to convince, tried to turn the tables on others. Everything was fine. But the way you have to take questions, that has to be very polite. If you talk about invitation, we generally teach. We refuse also. Sorry, I won't be able to come. It seems to be absurd. thanks for your invitation. I've got some prior engagement, so I won't be able to present myself. So students used, did you not hear in my delivery? If you have listened to me well, these are wrong. Absolutely wrong. Because you hold some position, they don't hold position. When I sit on principal's chair, I am principal. I have to respect it, I have to defend myself. Parents can come and talk in their terms. They can provoke me, but I don't have to give them my remote that they will control me. When man is composed, cool, calm, collected and composed when you come here. Don't tell whether I used or not. Take that question. Answer the way you can. There is no problem. But I didn't say, you didn't listen, if you listen well, these are improper. Every day we are learning. I am also learning. I am always learner. I tell my students also, you can ask them. Even I claim on the eve of examination 10th and 12th, I take 10th and 12th, 10th grammar and 12th full-fledged. I tell them, better don't ask me, you know better than I. Because I have to fail in the class and you have to pass the class. You are better prepared than I. Because next year, again I have to start teaching from the first chapter, I have to fail. What makes the difference? You just see, those are gym goers, they go for an hour, but their motive is to make muscles, repairing muscles. But you see Jodhpuriya, Bichara Jodhpuriya, देखो ना आप, 6 hours, 7 hours he is working, digging. But do you see muscles? Because his motive is to make money, he makes money. And gym goer's motive is to make muscles. Within an hour he makes muscles. Motive makes the difference. So we should not go astray from it. Motive we have to keep in mind. Pronunciation, as I told you, there is no one-to-one, so obviously you will have to work on it. I find that many students, those who are repeated, this time they were better. I can still recollect, if my memory serves me well, some faces, some girls, those who stood third, I remember also, she delivered well, according to me, in my opinion. For judgment, that is different thing and we have to rely on it. Cliches are not to be used. Cliches are the words which have lost their charm. Like one and all idiom to everyone. On and off repeated words should be opposed and should be avoided for two simple causes. First is, you think that if I use novelty, some imagination in my debate, audience will fail to understand me, decipher me. We underestimate the intelligence of the audience, first thing. Second thing is that we don't have anything to imagine. Why do you say that somebody was in dilemma? Have you ever seen when you are on road, on a vehicle, you find squirrel taking a lot of rounds, never in decisive case, never in like decisive mode. Moves, then turns back, then moves, turns back, then moves, turns back, finally is run down by that vehicle. Have you ever seen run over by that vehicle? Sorry. You must have seen. So they are in dilemma. So use it. So others will not find, yeah, it's good. Because they have also experienced squirrel's dilemma. This you won't find. But work on imagination. But that imagination when you bring, you need to keep in mind that they will understand me. And it is easy. And I expect that what I have seen, others might have seen. So these were few things which I thought I would like to share with you. Heartfelt thanks to DSS Secretary Mr. Sultanji, who covered more than 40 kilometers to be here, given his ease, his septuagenarian, I think. He has come here, so really grateful to him. Next is Subhashji, School Managing Committee member, and then professor who interests you a lot, and obviously the things which impress you is that you have to use music, rhythm, not prose, because when you deliver it has got a lot of things. If you go for higher studies like teaching of English, then this teaching of English is gone by plethora of things. There has to be some intonation, there has to be some rising tone, falling tone. There are different ways to pose questions also. Without question mark, you can ask a question. Are you a teacher? Falling tone. Are you a teacher? You are a teacher? Asking question only, rising tone. Falling tone, because question you are framing. Are you a teacher? Falling tone. And same thing, but you are a teacher? Question mark, you are asking question. So these play pivotal role because everything goes around syllable. What particular syllable will be stressed, primary or secondary, it has to be observed. It's a not Herculean task, uphill task. Practice makes it easy, but we need to practice a lot. Even those teachers also, those were my colleagues, like PGT English, I am also PGT English before being teacher. I put and record my sincere thanks to you. You prepared your students, and almost across the board, every debater was exceptionally good. They may find it difficult task to do the justice. And the moments when you are like you have got your own students, you have brought them here to be debaters, and when you find after 10 years like our own daughter Snehal, who has been a student, and you just see that when she came delivered, I was also impressed, and these moments make us swell with pride. Teachers, pedagogues, if you talk in two terms, honor is when disciple is on the top of tree. चेला गुरु से आगे गया तो इससे बढ़ के और इससे खुशी की बात कोई नहीं होगी. So we swell with pride, and every teacher wants the same. Nobody is jealous that my student, whomever I taught, should not progress more. They want wherever I am, my student should start from there. What I want after 20 years, my student should earn immediately after completing the schooling. This is a gusto. This is a thought. That's why teachers are told that they sacrifice their lives. They are as good as your parents. When sometimes parents come and they have got some ifs and buts, because it's parts of like these are intertwined or inseparable things when you run an institution. So there will be some instances where parents are not happy. Administrative decisions are never sweet. You know it very well. Even you cannot keep your colleagues also happy, your subordinates also happy. Some are happy, others are not. Unless we work hard, unless we sweat, an institution will not rise. And obviously for that factor, we need to deliver, not every day, every second also, every minute also. That's why we can, because of that only we can survive, we can prosper. So obviously these teachers, those who have brought you, will feel elated if you are first, second, third. And obviously if it is not so, then you are struggling. Struggling means you will do better than those who stood fast or those who are going to stand first, second and third. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thanks a lot for your precious words. Now it is the time to acknowledge the performance of the participants, which is categorized by our jurors. For this special moment, I would call our special guest, jurors, and other dignitaries to stage to bless the participants and those who have got best positions. So please, ma'am, please.
I have this.
Third position for the motion goes to R.G. Chaudhary of J Public School. Fourth. Third position against the motion third position against the motion goes to Harishika of Srimati Godavari by Ramadev Vedanta School. Second position for the motion goes to Nistha of Srimati Godavari Ramadev Vedanta School. Second position for against the motion goes to Atharva of Star Academy. Now first position for the motion goes to Ananya of Sophia School. First position against the motion goes to Nikita of Sophia School. Next, according to the performance, delivery, the content, jurors judged our students, Avisha and Nikita, on the top. To keep the clear and fair result, our school said will not include their position in the result, but it was judged by the judge at the topmost position. So for the motion, Avisha, she got first position, and for against the motion, Kassis got first position. So I ask both the students to come forward and have that honor. For appreciation prize, Kanchan of Stanford International School. Kanchan of Stanford International School. Next, Aditi Gautam of Paris Secondary School. Next, Niharika Jangin from Sekhavati Public School. Next, Divya of Download Public School, Download. Next, Deepak from J Public School. Next, Divyansu of International School. Next, Dars Pratap of GB Modi. Next, Himanshu from Sekhavati Public School. Next, Praditya of Stanford International School. Next, Aarti of Paris International School. Next, Sakshi from Download Public School. Next, Lakshita of Paras International School. Next, Hansika of Star Academy. Next, Pooja Alia of KBM Public School. Next, Manvesh of Sri Vidya Mandir. Next, Rumisha of Tagore Public School. Next, Kritika of Pilani Public School. Next, Swati of Paras Senior Secondary School. Next, Bhavani Singh of Goodard International School. Next, Saloni of KBM Public School. Next, Alia of Tagore School. Next, Anjali of Sri. Pilani Public School. Next, Gunjan Chaudhary of GB Modi Vidya Mandir. Next, it is time to honor our escort teachers. I would call escort teachers from Sophia Senior Secondary School. Please come to the stage. Escort teacher from Sophia Senior Secondary School. Escort teacher from Srimati Godavari Bai Ramdev Pradhar School. Escort teacher from the Star Academy School. Escort teacher from the Star Academy. Escort teacher from J Public School. Escort teacher from Stamford International School. Escort teacher from PRS International School. Escort teacher from Sekhavati Public School. Escort teacher from Doonlod Public School, Doonlod. Escort teacher from Buddha International School. Escort teacher from JB Modi Vidya Mandir. Escort teacher from Paras International School. Escort teacher from KBN Public School. Escort teacher from Sri Vidya Mandir Pilani. Escort teacher from Tagore Public School. Escort teacher from Pilani Public School. Now it is time to share our token of love and sweet memories to our viewers. To our first viewer, Sir Surendra, I would request our school managing committee member, Subhash sir. Next, to honor our second juror, Ma'am Anuya, I request our in charge ma'am. Next, to honor our next juror, Dr. Snail Dhaka, I request our principal sir. Thank you sir, thank you everybody. Now for the sweet memory of this occasion, I request you all to come to the stage for the photo session. Please every participant, escort teachers and all, please come to the stage for the photo session. Please bring your mementos, trophy, whatever you have received, please come with that. Now to pay our sincere thanks and regards to you all, to make this occasion wonderful, I would call Sakshi.